us, oh, Montfort feedlots, right? It's now Five Rivers feedlots, but when the former president knows where your area is from simply because of agriculture, it speaks to the heart of what we're about here. Three things I wanted to touch on this morning, and I'll come back to them and say why. One is beef. One is AI, data centers, right? And one is growth. Here in Weld County, we are the fastest growing county in the entire state. In fact, we're one of the only counties to have a positive birth rate in the state of Colorado. We're not just the fastest growing county in the state of Colorado, we are the third fastest growing county in the entire nation. Sink that in for just a second. We are seeing exponential growth here in Weld County. Our population expects to double by 2045. As commissioners, we're trying to take the proper steps along with our municipal partners like Sean and others. We have 32 great municipalities here in Weld County, but we're trying to make sure we have the infrastructure in place and the vital resources that we need to meet that growth demand. I talk about beef because we are the #1 ag producing county in the state on every measurable level. I don't care whether you're talking grains, you're talking crops, you're talking cattle, you're talking sheep, you're talking swine, you're talking poultry, you're talking eggs. We are #1. We're in the top 10 in the nation when it comes to ag production. Our ag producers do a wonderful job with a very, very hot commodity, and that's water. Energy. You'll hear me talk about energy because we are the #1 energy producing county in the state of Colorado. You don't get oil and gas out of the ground without water. It's a vital resource here. And we're not only #1 in the state for energy, we are in the top 10 for energy production in the United States of America. These are very vital resources to our communities, to our residents, and it's what's making Weld County successful. Here in Weld County, we kind of have a slogan. We not only fuel the world, we feed the world. We are definitely a net exporter here in the state, and we are proud of the products that we make, and we're continuing to figure out how to innovate, be more efficient at that product production, and get those products outside to the consumers that need them. I talk about AI. It's a hot topic with everybody right now. I just got back from DC last week, and they were talking about how counties can utilize AI to become more efficient, look at how we can assist our employees, or maybe in some instances, replace those processes that they're doing. You don't get to do AI without large data centers. A typical Google search is about 3 watts of power to power. When you do an AI search, it's about 30 times that power consumption to get that same search done because it's hitting so many additional servers trying to create your answer. There's bills down at the state capitol right now talking about AI and data centers and how can we get those in Colorado. Well, they're looking, can we get them in Weld County? And in Weld County, we're saying we welcome you with open arms. We have the power in some instances, but we're short on it because of some stuff here at the state. But we have water in places, but what's the defining limitation on water? A lot of times it's accessibility and it's cost. So when we're trying to get these data centers here to Weld County, we find that to be our biggest hurdle: power and water. When we're talking about agriculture, our biggest hurdle right now is securing water. When we're talking about energy, many of their biggest challenges is securing water. It's a very important job that you guys do here. I want to say thank you because it affects everything we do here in Weld County. I was in the water business for a while. I can't tell you how important it is to our communities, to our farmers, to our ranchers, that we keep that resource around. One of the things we struggle with here in Weld County is we're seeing this great resource leave our county. As we have larger municipalities gobble up, as I like to say, our water resources, it takes away from our economic vitality here in Weld County. When that water leaves, that economic power leaves with it. So we're trying to figure out how we can work with our agricultural community and keep those precious resources here so that we have a future. in Weld County. So the work you guys do is very important to us. I want to say thank you. I want to say welcome to Weld County. We're very proud here of what we do on behalf of everybody across the state, and always happy to be of a resource if you ever need anything. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Gibbs. Commissioner Ross, is it all right if we have a question? Sure.
Yeah, I just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you, Commissioner, for your service as a former Summit County Commissioner myself. I know there are a lot of moving parts with your job, and thank you for the warm welcome. And I had the opportunity to spend the night at the hotel here, and I feel like everywhere you look, there's kind of reminds you of, the importance of agriculture. Actually, in my room, there was like a kind of an art display of livestock, and like it was really interesting to see. So thanks so much for the warm welcome, and also to Sean Chambers. I think he's sitting right back. Thanks for your great leadership too, being an advocate for this region, of stepping up and being a leader on the roundtable. But also, I feel like I see you in a lot of different statewide discussions on the importance of protecting our watersheds as it relates to fire activity. And I know you travel around the state and even get out to DC at times too, to be a good advocate for your community and for your region. So thank you so much too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Thanks again. We appreciate your warm welcome, and good luck on building sustainable growth here. Thank you. So on agenda item, we'll go on to approving the agenda. Does anybody have any questions or changes?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve. Is there a second? Director Vasquez, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right. Let's go on to the minutes. Did anybody have any corrections or additions to the minutes as sent out? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve. Okay. Get Director Vasquez. You want to do the second? Okay, thank you, Director Cloud. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. Okay, consent agenda. Did everybody get a chance to review the consent agenda? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, my employer has a item, or I guess I could say I have an item on the consent agenda.
Okay.
And I have no issue with the agency filing a statement of opposition, but I can leave the room if you like. I really, it doesn't matter to me, Jen.
So where it's on the consent agenda, do we need that? What do you think, Jen?
Or I'll just leave and you can vote on the whole consent agenda. I don't want to waste time breaking it out. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. It's probably best practice just to break that one piece out, but I hear what you're saying. And if you want to just leave the room for the entire item, that's okay too. But we've got a full house here.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
What was the agenda item on that?
His is 1A, the one he's
1A.
involved. Yeah, that's on the public agenda. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then we would be moving on to approve the consent agenda, removing item 1A. Is that correct, Jen?
Well, he's recusing himself from the whole vote on the whole.
So we don't have to, we're not pulling anything out of the
No.
consent agenda then? Okay, so we will go on then to accept a motion to approve the consent agenda item then as mailed and whole.
Right.
Okay, I'd accept a motion. Director McLeod, thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Director Vasquez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. Are you gonna grab him? Thank you, Jim. Okay, if you look there, what our proposed meetings and dates, the locations would be. I don't think there's any questions, are there?
No,
Please.
not a question, Mr. Chairman, but just a note that there has been a change since our last board meeting with a swap of the Yampa and the Southwest basins. So the main meeting is going to be in Yampa as it's noted on the agenda now, but that's a change from previous board meetings.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just swapped those two locations. Okay. Any other questions or comments on that? All right. We will move on then to our director's report, and we'll go to Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really great to see everyone here. Wonderful to be here in Greeley, such a wonderful part of the state. Want to give a shout out to Viola. Viola, I know there's a lot of moving parts when you move around the state and have meetings every which corner. But thank you so much. You just do a tremendous job of helping to organize all this. So big thank you, you and your team. So I want to welcome the new board members here. Really excited that you flew through the Senate confirmation hearings, and this is really important board to serve on. And want to give a warm welcome to Taylor Haas, who is the Colorado River Main Stem seat. She serves as the Colorado River Program Director for the Nature Conservancy. Taylor's from Summit County, where I reside from as well. And over breakfast, I think we learned that we've known each other for about 20 years or so. And you've been a great water leader, and we're really excited to have your expertise here at CWCB. Greg Johnson, where's Greg? Greg, thank you so much. You're filling the seat for the city and county, the Denver seat. Greg serves as the Water Resource Planning Manager for Denver Water. And of course, we all know Greg well, who previously worked for CWCB. And we think you could be possibly the first person that formerly worked for CWCB that now is in a director role, we think. And I think we'll do a little more research on that. But we're really excited to have your expertise. And I know I've known you since you worked for CWCB, and I've been in my current role at the DNR, and I really have enjoyed working with you, and especially in this new capacity. Look forward to it. And then Mike Camblin, thanks so much for stepping up and serving in your role to fill the Yampa White Green seat. Mike owns and operates a ranch with his family in Mabel, Colorado. And I've known Mike probably the least, but I have to tell you, you really came in with amazing reputation, and just like my whole team, whether it's like the DNR team that I know you've worked really closely with, or CWCB team, like everyone has really enjoyed working with you and your expertise. And so I've enjoyed getting to know you kind of over the telephone when I'm on the road or you're on the road and stuff, and really look forward to having your expertise and you representing your communities and your part of the state. And as you all know, as directors, even though you come from different parts of the state and different expertise, we're all here looking at what's important for the whole state of Colorado. So to the three members, new members, just I'm grateful for your willingness to step up. I know when I chatted with the governor about you all too, he was really excited to support you all, and just really look forward to working with you. So thank you. A few other updates I have. First of all, we've been working on what's called the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. So we've been working on this over the last few years with various different partners, with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Great Outdoors Colorado, otherwise known as GOCO, the governor's office. And we're approaching the process where we're starting to finalize what this will look like. CPW will be the long-term stewardship lead of this outdoor strategy. And we recognize that to really, there's been so many partners that have been involved, but the key goals of this is really to look at, balancing outdoor recreation, conservation, and bringing people together, almost kind of like the water plan in many ways, and not have it be like a state top-down approach, but really driven by local communities. Looking at Greg, it's very similar to, Envision Chaffee County, but, statewide approach. So we're really excited to launch this final strategy later on this spring. You all know the legislative session is going on right now. Actually, I think last week was the middle point of the legislative session, and it is extremely busy. They're going to be finalizing the long bill, which is the main budget bill, this week, and it's my understanding that next week they're going to be taking that up. So there's a lot of different bills that we've been following that have a direct nexus to the work that CWCB does and the DNR does. So I'm not going to go into detail on all those bills because we have, I feel like, talked at length about many of them. But I do want to share with you all, there's a new bill that, there's a late bill status for that's called the Colorado Outdoor Recreation Enhancement Act. And that's intended to protect Colorado's natural resources, enhance outdoor recreation, and promote sustainability. This bill will expand Parks and Wildlife's capacity, secure long-term funding, and foster collaboration by the following means. It will strengthen CPW's role in outdoor recreation management by establishing 4 regional recreation managers and a Colorado Outdoor Strategy Coordinator. It'll facilitate collaboration with local communities through the regional partnership initiatives, through that implementation of the regional recreation and conservation plans. It officially establishes a non-motorized trails program at CPW through planning, development, and trail stewardship of the non-motorized trail system. We currently have a motorized trail system component. It establishes a river recreation program at CPW, including a project manager that will coordinate with CWCB and other state agencies to identify high priority rivers and recreation areas to align with water planning efforts. The representatives and senators that have stepped up to be leads on this particular bill, we have Representative Lukens, Representative Taggart, and Senator Roberts have all confirmed to be sponsors, and we're working through the process to draft the language right now. So more to come on that. I'm happy to give you further updates, and feel free to grab me at the break if you want to learn more about that. A few budget updates. CWCB's budget requests for FTE to manage the technical update to the water plan was approved by JBC and is expected to be endorsed by the full General Assembly when the long bill is introduced formally next week. Over the past few months, the boards received multiple updates on severance tax related to budget proposals and the implementation for CWCB and the programs. On Monday, OSPB released the new revenue forecast, which shows sharp declines in severance tax revenue during the current fiscal year. So this is due to a large part because of refunds issued to oil and gas taxpayers. It's likely that the distributions to the DNR from severance tax will be near zero in the current fiscal year and that's a fiscal 24-25 year. In concert with this announcement on Monday, OSPB proposed actions to hold CWCB cash funds harmless when compared to the governor's January 2nd budget. So this includes a one-time transfer of general fund revenue into the perpetual base fund to match previous expected distributions, which is just under $40 million. If you have any questions on this, I'm happy to answer any of that. Also, Nate Pearson, my assistant director on water, is a couple rows in back there. He's also happy to chime in as well. All of us at the DNR know the intense volatility of severance tax. It's at the DNR, we fund about 160 staff people out of severance tax funds. So we've continually, obviously, monitor it very closely. But I also want to share with you all, there's a bill that was introduced, Senate Bill 25-40, which will create a task force to evaluate the future of water funding beyond severance tax. And so I think that will be a really important conversation to have moving forward. And then next, I want to share with you some federal updates. We continue to track policies that are occurring at the federal level. So, for example, we're evaluating a proposal of an interim final rule for removal of NEPA implementing regulations that's currently out for a 30-day public comment period. The EPA has also moved to further limit dredge and fill coverage under the Clean Water Act by issuing a new definition of waters of the United States. And we understand this change will have minimal impact on Colorado's water quality protection, given the passage last year of HB 25-1379 that covered much of the WOTUS kind of discussions. Big picture I want to share with you at the federal level. For the Department of Natural Resources, we have about 490 people, again, 490 people that are really funded through federal dollars that work for the DNR. And we have a variety of different programs of which those folks do. We also have 350 federal grants that come directly to the DNR to do, all kinds of really important program. Our abandoned mine work, our orphan well program, flood mitigation group. There's a long list of really important work. So daily we are analyzing and really looking at what potential cuts there could be, and just I'm just trying to think. A few weeks ago, I was asked by my budget director, my CFO, on hey, should we move forward with a particular project where the feds would historically be a 50-50 match? And it was a $4 million project. And, we really have to look at that very closely now, where we decide, are we going to move forward on projects or not? Just not knowing all the grants have different cadences. Sometimes it's quarterly, sometimes it's monthly, it could be annually, but it's just something that is providing a lot of stress for me and the department. And as you could appreciate, we have to balance our budget, and we want to make sure we know what the federal partners, look like. So I'll just leave it at that for now. For State Land Board, really quickly, we have, I think many of you know, we have an opening for our division director for State Land Board. That's an awesome division that's part of the DNR with a special charge to bring in revenue for K through 12 education. So that director role is open through March 24th. So if you know anyone that's interested, you can still apply. And what's today? I don't know. There's more or less until next week. A few forestry updates. Our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program has announced new investments into 19 projects and 14 workforce development and 5 landscape resilient investments. This program has been really important, I want to say, for the state of Colorado. And some of the landscape resilient investment projects include Michigan Ditch, which is within the state forest, state park area. We had an applicant for the city of Fort Collins, and this project is managed by Fort Collins Utilities. And that's a particular partnership with the State Forest Service and Parks and Wildlife and State Land Board. And so that program just really continues to thrive, and really urge you all to take a close look at those co-swap funds and how you can bring those monies to your own community. A few energy updates. On February 26th, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission adopted its high priority habitat maps to inform energy development related to the ECMC. That's a heavy lift for sure. It's a great partnership with Parks and Wildlife and ECMC. So really glad that the commission has adopted those updated maps. A few tribal updates for you all. Consultants for the Colorado Outdoor Strategy and the Department of Natural Resources, Parks and Wildlife, and GOCO staff met with Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute tribal leadership last week on the tribal engagement framework. So that's a really important subcomponent of the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. So we're continuing to work to refine, to have tribal voices included as we develop this outdoor strategy. Also, we recently reinitiated the Colorado Lands Work Group. And so when I first started my job, I had quite a few different meetings as we discussed statewide the repatriation and reinterment requests from tribes. So when there are, for example, what we see more commonly are sometimes like transportation projects that will come across bones from potentially thousands of years ago. We work to understand what potential tribes people came from and work to have burials for those remains. And so it's a huge collaborative process working with federal partners, local governments, the state of Colorado. So those meetings are ongoing and really, really important. And I'm involved with those. And then last but not least, we have Ute Day at the state capitol scheduled for April 3rd. So if you happen to be down in Denver, encourage you all to attend that. That's an annual event that honors the contributions and the sovereignty of the 3 Ute tribes, Southern Ute, Ute-Mont Ute, and Ute Indian tribe of Utah. And then maybe last but not least here, we have Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're hosting our annual Partners in the Outdoors Conference. I think some of you have attended that in the past. That will be this April 22nd through the 25th. It definitely continues to be, larger and exciting, and we try to have a lot of folks there attend. And hopefully, if you're planning on attending, that you already got your tickets because it's sold out. But it's just a great event. So I'm looking forward to connecting with those that can attend that. So with that, thanks so much. I know a lot going on, but thanks.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Does anybody have any questions? Director McClellan?
Thanks, Dan. You mentioned Senate Bill 2540, which is the task force to look at water funding and severance tax. That bill has been stuck in appropriations since January. I assume that's because it requires a third-party contractor. Is there any chance it'll get out of appropriations?
Yeah, that's a great question, Director. We, any bills, sometimes like this is the time of year that the budget forecast was just released. I'm trying to think, was that yesterday or the day before? The day before. And so a lot of bills that have kind of a fiscal component will sit in appropriations committee until the revenue forecasts come to light on the most recent numbers. And so now you're going to see more bills get out of appropriations committee, but literally, I don't know how many bills are in probes, but they just kind of sit there until the most recent fiscal forecast. So we expect there'll be movement on that soon. So that's why.
Anyone else? Director Gibbs, I was just going to tell you, Director Cloud and I were talking earlier about the importance of entities and agencies developing proper personalities, and you're doing a great job with DNR, juggling water and wolves and budgets and all the touchy things you have to deal with. Really do appreciate the work you're doing and the way you're doing it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, well, yeah, I really appreciate that. I just feel super lucky every day when I think about like all the different boards and commissions. So like you and the dedicated folks here, Lauren Riss, your team, Becky, Jason, like, and our partners with the Attorney General's office. Like this is, I consider it I call it the DNR family, and we do it as a team. So any of my success is because of everyone here working together collaboratively. So thanks.
Thanks again. Okay, we'll go on to CWCB, Director Riss.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, the microphones are a little echoey, so I'll try and modulate my distance here. But yeah, I appreciate that. And also want to welcome the new board members we have with us today. I'm always really, I guess, reassured about the deep bench that we have in Colorado when it comes to water leaders. I'm always sad to lose directors when their term has expired, but then also just as equally relieved and excited to bring on new folks to the board. So just really want to welcome the 3 of you. You all remember, I think, kind of the uncertainty of the confirmation process and what that looks like, what they're going to ask you and how you prepare for it. And then it's sort of like you wait and it's very anticlimactic and you get a text from me saying, congratulations, you're approved. So just appreciate your patience with that whole process. And also appreciate the time that these 3 members took to sit through our board orientation. Y'all probably remember that too, which is like a fire hose and a lot of information coming at you. And I've told them that they have all the grace to ask questions and play the new board member card this meeting. So feel free to ask whatever you need. But we're just really excited to have all of you. And I think Greg, you are probably the first. I mean, as far as I know, the first staff to board. So. And now we have 2 Gregs, so we'll have to figure out some kind of.
If I might just make a comment, this is a wonderful example of recycling.
Reuse. It's reuse. I think Director McLeod's recycling, maybe this is reuse. I don't know how to characterize, but we're glad to have all of you. So welcome, very warm welcome. And for the new members, and also just a reminder for everyone, my director's report is linked in the board agenda and is many, many pages long. And there's always a lot going on in the agency. And I just try and highlight either things that I haven't covered recently or just things that I think might be of broad interest to folks. But please feel free to dig into that for more information about everything that's going on in the agency. I wanted to provide, as I usually do, some staffing updates. First, we are honored to be hosting 2 AmeriCorps participants through the end of this year. They'll be working with Rob Vigil in the in-stream flow program, and will be housed at our CWCB office. One member, I believe, is with us here today who I haven't, oh, he's not. Okay, well, sorry about that. I have not even met him yet, but we have Shiv Patel. The other member, I guess, is located in Ridgeway and is in a kind of a cooperative sharing agreement with the Uncompahgre Watershed Partnership. And her name is Virginia Weisskampf. Did I say that right? Close enough? Okay, I apologize, Virginia, but we're really happy to have both of them with the agency and just always excited to help bring in younger folks into the world of water policy. So we are also shortly going to be posting an announcement for hiring in the water plan grant section for our procurement position. Dean Johnson recently left to take a position in a sister agency, state agency. That was a good opportunity for him. So we'll be posting that shortly. And then also we'll be posting for a deputy section chief for the water supply planning section to backfill Kat Weissmiller's role. As you all know, she was promoted to fill that section chief position when Russ Sands left. So we're looking forward to that. And then I hope it's okay if I mention this, but they're not here, so I'm going to anyways. Our chief operating officer, Cole Bedford, and then Emily Zamack, who's in our interstate and federal section, just welcomed a new baby earlier this week. I was thinking maybe they would name him Greeley in honor of our board meeting, but they did not. They named him Wesley. So we're kind of in the middle of a baby boom at CWCB. We've had, I don't know how many staff that have welcomed new ones into the family over the last few years, but it seems like it's been a few. We should probably count bringing in new CWCB interns. So anyways, congrats to Cole and Emily. We're excited for them. So Dion mentioned some of the federal administrative challenges that we've kind of been grappling with over the past weeks and months, and just wanted to talk a little bit about what that looks like at the CWCB level. And again, really appreciate Dan and his team's work at EDO, the Executive Director's Office and the Governor's Office, and just kind of helping us all navigate what's going on and providing some good support and reassurance for everybody in the agencies, because it really has been just kind of a weird, unsettling time because of how closely we're all tied with a lot of the federal programs and grants that come down. And I did talk in our January board meeting about some of the federal funding freezes that we were experiencing, both through the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. And that continues to be, I think, uncertain at best. There's a lot of rumors floating out there, and we do get a lot of information from our grantees about what is frozen and unfrozen and what disbursements have been paused. So there's just a lot, I think, of ongoing uncertainty out there about what the federal funding looks like. And then Dan mentioned the number of employees in DNR that are funded directly through federal programs. And at CWCB, we have around five staff members who are funded directly through FEMA. And there's been a lot of chatter out there about what is and is not happening with FEMA, what the future of that federal agency looks like, and how that might come down and affect our staff and programs. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but we have been directed to go through, just as an example, 20 some contracts that we have with FEMA and remove language related to climate change and DEI, and have been kind of grappling with what that looks like. And then similarly, our interstate and federal section has been, I think, kind of the middleman in the rumor mill, as it were, and trying to figure out what's going on with recovery programs and UCRC and what all that looks like, and have experienced some meetings being canceled that are hosted by our federal partners. And so there has been, I would say, some fairly significant impacts within CWCB. And I know also just throughout DNR, we're not alone by any means. I think all of the agencies in the state are suffering through some kind of ripple effects. And I'm hoping that stabilizes soon. But just so you know, we have been spending, I would say, quite a bit of time just trying to figure out kind of what's what. And not to mention, of course, all of our grants. We don't receive at CWCB any direct federal funding for grants. As you all know, our primary funding comes through severance tax and also through the sports betting revenue for water plant grants. But the impact there is that a lot of those grantees receive match funding through the federal government. And so we get a lot of questions about what does that mean for our project if we are no longer able to get federal disbursements for our project and we have equipment in the river. And so we've, the whole grant section, I think, has been fielding a lot of those questions. So thank you all for your persistence and just kind of weathering the storm with us. Dan mentioned kind of a high-level legislative update. I did want to provide a little bit more specificity on a couple of bills that are directly related to CWCB. You all are aware we have the water measurement and forecasting bill. That's House Bill 1115. And that has been going, I think, very well. It went through the first committee unanimously and made it all the way through the House, I think almost unanimously. I think there were a couple of no votes, primarily based on the fact that it will require an additional FTE on CWCB staff, which we will be funding through our cash funds. But nonetheless, I think it's been an easier bill for our legislative director, Daphne Gervais, and we always like to make things easy for Daphne. But I have high hopes for that to have an equally easy time through the Senate. Hopefully I didn't just jinx it, but we'll wait for that bill to be heard in the House. I believe it's next week. We have the next committee hearing on that. Dan and Director McLeod talked about the severance tax task force. We have a seat on that, the CWCB director, as does the DNR director. So we'll see what happens with that, but we'll be involved in those conversations if that bill does make it out the other end. And then also, just wanted you all to know that we have been partnering with Water Congress and Water Education Colorado to put on a couple of workshops for legislators at the Capitol this year. We had the first workshop on funding and how funding works for water, and had a number of CWCB folks participate in that. Kirk Russell gave a presentation on how severance tax works for CWCB and our loan program. And then Janine Shaw talked about our grant programs with particular emphasis on the water plant grant program and WSRF. And then Nate Pearson did his best to explain the budget proposals that are out there. They're doing, I believe, another workshop today on tap fees. So we're obviously not participating in that since we're all here, but we have been partnering with those groups to just try and, I guess, provide a common baseline understanding of some of those key topics at the legislature in a friendly format where they can ask questions and staff can attend as well. So that's been going, I think, really well. Dan talked a little bit about the budget. I think it's important to note that the forecast did show an impact to severance tax, that there would not be any severance tax forecasted coming in to CWCB, but that there is a backfill that would occur from the general fund to quote unquote keep us whole. That is separate from the budget proposals that are also on the table and have yet to be definitively acted upon. But there's the governor's budget proposal out there that still would have some impacts to CWCB's cash funds, including capping interest rates. And the JBC will be taking that up here pretty shortly. So we'll have some more definitive, conclusive information on that at our next board meeting. But it's been a little bit of a whiplash, I would say. And Dan mentioned the FTE that we requested for supporting our water plan technical update. Just by way of whiplash, we initially requested that to be a term limited position, which means we would only have it for a certain number of years. And the JBC said, no, you will have that as a full-time position. So we win some and we lose some, I guess, is the takeaway from the state budget experience. You can't predict sometimes what they're gonna come up with, but that works for us. We'll take a full-time position. A couple of updates on things happening out there, workshops and conferences you can look forward to. We are hosting climate and water workshops in April, both on the east and west slopes, and that's the water supply planning team is putting that on. These workshops are geared to make good on our agency action 4.5 in the water plan, and we'll work to gather local input for the Colorado Climate Impacts Report. That's also part of action 4.8. It's hard to really keep track of all of the things we're moving forward with the water plan, but I'm trying to note them here because there really is a lot going on. And both of these workshops will feature discussions with state and local experts and community members, along with a number of interactive exercises on climate resilience and adaptation. We have really good participation from a number of different state agencies, from CDPHE and DOLA and the Agricultural Department, CPW, DHSEM, which is our emergency management agency in the state. We don't talk a lot about them often, but they will be participating, as well as the Energy Office. These are open for the public. The one on April 3rd will be at CSU in Pueblo. And then on the West Slope, we have one on April 23rd in Clifton, Colorado, at the Clifton Community Center. And I believe that these are going to be recorded, so you can catch them later on YouTube following the workshops, but the workshops themselves will be in person. So you won't be able to Zoom in, I don't think, right, Kat? Yeah, okay. But you can watch them later if you are interested and unable to make it in person. Then we also have phase 2 of the Colorado Water Loss Initiative is going to be concluding towards the end of this month and into April. And then we'll be starting phase 3 of that initiative in the beginning of April. So this program includes core training and development of a new data validator program to improve the accuracy of water loss audits. So really good, important conservation work on the municipal side. And then we'll also, Kevin Reedy in the water supply planning section is continuing to participate in the implementation phase of Denver's One Water Plan, really working on integrating the land and water planning movement. And also we have a growing water smart workshop in April 28th through 30th that will target participants from the Colorado River and Southwestern Water Conservation District. So really trying to get out and about all over the state. Dan mentioned the Partners in the Outdoors Conference. That's the end of April. And I just wanted to maybe brag a little bit that they have been talking with our staff, primarily Kat Weissmiller, and really looking to model some of our work as it relates to involving stakeholders from the ground up and how we crafted the water plan, our roundtable structure, and kind of using that as a model for how they advance their work in wildlife and recreation around the state. So I'll be speaking at that conference in April, kind of about that, lessons learned from the water plan and our stakeholder involvement efforts. I also wanted to briefly provide an update on the Shoshone water rights acquisition, because we do not have a public agenda item on that at this board meeting, but anticipate that we are going to have conversations about that in our May board meeting. We've been continuing to work with the River District and the Public Service Company of Colorado on our in-stream flow use agreement. And those two entities are working with Front Range Utilities and coming to hopefully some agreement or mutual understanding about what that's going to look like moving forward. We're anticipating that the River District will submit a formal offer letter for the acquisition of that water right in April. That would be the start of the official formal process on our end. And if that occurs, we would bring up the first meeting of this acquisition process to you all at the board meeting in May. So that then will begin kind of the formal clock ticking process, which is a 20-day period for the board to determine whether to accept a contract or an agreement for an acquisition. The first board meeting, so the board meeting in May, does not require a formal action, and Jen, correct me if I get any of this wrong, does not require a formal action, but does provide an opportunity for CWCB staff to present the relevant information and for this board to ask questions and evaluate that acquisition. Anyone at that point can request that the board hold a hearing, and that must be submitted to the board in writing within 20 days after that first board meeting. So then if a hearing is requested, that hearing then must be held within 120 days after the first board meeting. There's an option that we can agree to an extension if all parties agree to that, but notwithstanding that extension, we would have a hearing within 120 days. And so based on all of this schedule, if a hearing is requested and an extension is not requested also, the final board decision would be required at the September board meeting. So things are could happen here in the next few months as it relates to Shoshone. And we'll have more information to come on that at the May board meeting. And any questions about that, I think me or Jen or Rob Vigil are happy to talk through that a little bit. Let's see. And then just for fun, I don't talk a lot about my kids. I try not to be annoying. But I do have two boys. They're 9 and 12, and they have no idea what I do for a living. In fact, Becky, I don't think I've ever told you this, but a few years ago, when I was the deputy director, Henry, my oldest son there in the hard hat, wrote a letter and put it in the mailbox saying that he was particularly annoyed with me for something that I had done as a parent, that I needed to go to California to test the rivers. And it was very urgent, and he signed it Becky Mitchell. So he at least knew, he at least knew who you were and that you had some authority over getting me out of the house. Yeah, that's right. He was like, I know how to get rid of mom real quick. I'll tell her Becky Mitchell needs her to go to California. So anyway, this has nothing to do with that, but we do have a Chatfield item on the agenda, not related to this in particular, but those of you who know me know that for a long, long time, I was unfortunately the point of contact for all of the things going on with Chatfield. And so it does have a kind of a place in my heart. And they are currently undergoing a tree removal effort as a result of the reallocation project, which results in the fluctuation of the water level up and down by about 12 feet. And as a result of that fluctuation, the cottonwoods along the shore of Chatfield have now been dying. And that was not entirely predicted at the outset of the project. And so they're currently undergoing a tree removal effort, which is pretty exciting, at least to my kids it was. They have a helicopter that has I don't even have the vocabulary. Is that what it's called? A hoist. Okay. And at the end of the hoist, there's like a buzz saw. Okay. So this device comes in and it grabs the trunk of the tree, and then the pilot is doing this all up in the cockpit, and then it saws the tree and then picks the tree up and carries it over and dumps it in a pile. So I have a little video, maybe. Oh no. Yeah. And so the issue is they're actually providing a hazard to folks that are recreating in the lake. There's a lot of paddle boarding that takes place on Chatfield, and the cottonwoods have started to become dangerous if they were to fall over and hurt somebody. So there is I just asked Kirk this morning about a $1.5 million budget for this helicopter tree removal effort that's been taking place over the last few months daily, and is ongoing really for the next year or so to remove all of the trees. If we can't get it to work, it's okay. Okay, it's kind of cool to see. But nonetheless, my kids are super confused now as to what I do for work. I tried to explain like, oh, this is a project I was involved in, and they don't quite understand why there are helicopters involved, but it's okay if you guys can't get it to work. I can show people on my, oh, maybe. Helicopter coming down, it's cutting the tree. That's the spray of the water. You see it? He's got it. Drops the tree. So yeah, I don't know, hundreds of times a day that's been happening at Chatfield, one tree at a time. So pretty interesting. And if that doesn't get a 12-year-old and 9-year-old boy excited about what I do for work, I don't know what else. So, all right, well, that's all I got. Unless there are any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Director? Yes, Director. So.
Lauren, I think it was when we were maybe working on the projects bill regarding Shoshone, that we talked about the hearing potential for a hearing. And we discussed, we didn't do it, but we discussed maybe just saying there was going to be a hearing, just like, let's get it over with. Do you anticipate that there will be a hearing, that somebody will request one? Or do you really have no idea?
I would be surprised if there was not a hearing. I don't know if Jen or Rob want to contradict me on that. I mean, I think we're prepared for that. I think it's likely. Do you have any additional comments, Jen?
No, I think that's a good comment. I would be surprised if there was not a hearing.
Follow up. And is the hearing built into one of our meetings, or is that a separate meeting that we might have to have?
It would be built into our board meeting.
The thought is it would be built in that September meeting fits within that 120-day window. So we figured we'd have that the September meeting works to have that hearing. Although it's tough because that's finance committee too. It'll be.
And I guess the other thing that I didn't mention is, because Counselor Mealy has been so involved in the staff side work on this, we will have to bring in what's called conflicts counsel to the board, which will be another attorney that will represent the board. Jen will technically represent the staff, correct? So, we are kind of making sure to do our due diligence and ensuring that we're following the process correctly, but there will be another board member, and Jen will still be available to answer questions and sort of consult on the process, but just won't officially be representing the board in that same context.
Director House.
Thank you. So what is the process if there isn't a hearing requested? Is it just an automatic approval? How does that work?
Yeah, so we just wouldn't have a formal hearing. There would still be action taken by the board to accept the acquisition or not. But there just wouldn't be an opportunity for kind of that back and forth dialogue with anyone who is quote unquote opposed. Yeah.
Anyone else with a question or comment? Well, Lauren, we appreciate what you do for your job. Even if your kids don't, we do. So we're glad you're doing your job.
Becky could still send me to California. It's possible.
Yeah. Director Cloud said she is still confused what you do though. So no, thank you. All right. The one and only.
All right.
Mitchell.
So we had our first IBCC meeting of 2025 last month, so February 26th in Westminster. I would say it was a productive and positive meeting. There were both virtual and in-person participants, which is nice. I was having a conversation with somebody on Monday night in Montrose on how did we do all these meetings before we were able to do virtual meetings, and we drove to every single one. But there were both in-person and virtual participants that were at that meeting. There were also a bunch of folks that are not regular attenders to the meeting, and some of those folks are in the room. So now also. So thanks to those that attended. Lauren Riss was there. Greg Felt was there. Nathan Combs was there. And even one of our newer board members, Greg Johnson, was there. I think it was valuable for the participants to see the board take such an active role in the IBCC. And I think it showed a lot. And I think it was important. So thank you for that. There was also a bunch of staff that were there and attended and supported the meetings. We welcomed some new members to the IBCC, including Kathleen Curry from the Gunnison Basin and Heather Dutton, who is a new governor appointee. And we, in the coming months, we have a few new basin members slated to join the IBCC. So ahead of the meeting, I asked each of the representatives to take a look back at their work in the basin roundtables and then share their successes or challenges on generating feedback to the Drought Resilience Action Plan or the No and Low Regrets 2.0 plan. And it definitely generated some robust conversation within the IBCC meeting on the Drought Resilience Action Plan in 2024. But we also got to talk about where does the IBCC want to go into the future. And oftentimes you have to look really far back or not so far back. 2013 doesn't seem so far back to some of us, but to the no and low regrets document that was created in 2013 and discuss how the ideas generated from 2024, the IBCC and the C9 Summit might overlap with what's already been done. And I think that was a good exercise. The IBCC on their own accord created a subcommittee. So they agreed to do more volunteer work. All of those folks are volunteer, and they said, we want to do more. And so let's create a subcommittee to continue the work on this no and low regrets drought resilience action plan. Let's work in between meetings and give some guidance to the membership on how to collect feedback from their roundtables to further inform the IBCC's work. We also got some legislative updates from Anna Moss, and then Amy Ostick did an amazing job updating on Colorado River issues. We had some discussion on how the CWCB can support the IBCC and gathered feedback from the membership on meeting agendas, C9 summit planning, and various aspects of the water plan. The IBCC is going to be continually involved in shaping that C9 summit. And I think that's the IBCC driving the direction that they go is going to be critical to their continued involvement and continued importance. They offered great feedback and emphasized the desire for more interactive discussion. So again, volunteering to work more. And so we're exploring more ways that they can do that. We are looking to hold the C9 event in October on the Front Range, so stay tuned for that. Gets such broad participation from across the state, and I'm looking forward to that already. But our next IBCC meeting will be held in June. June 25th, I believe, in Grand Junction. And I'm hoping that we have more board involvement there. So just a shameless plug and shameless call for even more volunteer work from not only the IBCC, but this board. So thank you. And that's all I have on the Interbasin Compact Committee.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Any comments or questions for? I thought the IBCC went really well. You did a good job of facilitating it. And Kat, it is very well done. I think you guys are on the right track. Job. Okay. Mr. Sakata, over to you. Department of Ag.
You, Mr. Chair. Viola, do you have my presentation or do you need me to? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Well, my apologies for not being there in person. I'm actually in Director Ullman's old stomping grounds in Montrose. Was here for the Gunnison Basin Roundtable and stuck around for the River District's Lower Gunnison State of the River, and then last night in Riverside for their Uncompahgre State of the River meeting. And then also Commissioner Greenberg sends her regrets that she can't be here. We actually have our Ag Commission is meeting at the same time right now in Cortez, and she's probably providing them a report as I'm providing you a report. So we're kind of on the road this month. Next slide, please. Really would like to take this opportunity to thank our outgoing board members and the Bs, as we called them at our last meeting, really for all their contributions. It was really a pleasure to be able to work with Jessica, Jackie, and Paul. And then, of course, as my other fellow directors have stated, really looking forward to working with our new board members. Welcome aboard, and I can hardly wait to be able to interact with you in person. Thanks to Viola for helping organize our tour of the Colorado Farm Show after our January meeting. Here's a picture for those of you that missed out. Here was a picture when we first arrived at the farm show, and Viola, thanks so much for helping us organize that. Next slide. Next slide is kind of a busy slide. These are kind of some of the activities that I've been involved with over the last 2 months. Of course, at Water Congress, thanks to Paul K. Meyer, We had standing room only for those of you that had tried to attend our How to Talk to an Irrigator. I didn't think that would attract so many people, but it just goes to show you how much interest there is in ag water and how to communicate with agricultural people. You can look down the list of the events that I've attended. I guess I'd highlight a little bit farther down was participated and presented at the Arkansas River Forum. Director Riss, saw in your report that you had highlighted the Pueblo Waterworks project. One of the tours at the Arkansas Basin was that. It was really amazing to see that in person. I mean, we had seen presentations, of course, to CWCB about the modeling effort that went forward, you know, the 15th scale model that they built, but actually seeing what they've done in person was pretty impressive. And so it really is amazing the projects that we're helping to carry through across Colorado and really appreciate that. And to Director Mitchell, really, again, great IBCC meeting. I've heard a great feedback on that and really appreciate everything that's going on there. Um, Kind of another reason that I'm staying here in Montrose. Probably during noon, I'll take off and hit the road, head to Carbondale. We're Colorado Department of Ag is hosting a legacy film screening, which is focused in on ag behavioral health. Unfortunately, the Carbondale community had a tragic loss, and so really want to support that community and the healing process that's going on there. Next slide. Um, in my travels, I do a lot of presentations and I try to come up with new ways of communicating the challenges that we're facing in agriculture and ag water. I came across this from the State Demographer's Office. They have some amazing ways to really demonstrate the data. And if you click on it now, you'll see this. These are counties, the percentage of the population that each county had. This is starting back in 1870. And as we animate this, you're going to see how it changes over time. So if hopefully it works. Yeah, it's not going to work because you're doing it directly from Google, which is fine. But if you go to the State Demographer's Office, you'll be able to see this actually change over time. So all the green is the Front Range. It does include Colorado Springs and Pueblo. That animation will take it so almost the entire circle is that green. And currently in 1870, you'll see that Gilpin County, which is I think the second smallest county in the state, actually had the largest part of the population back in 1870, and Las Animas County, which is the largest county in the state. But it makes sense back then because it was mining operations going on. But if you're interested, go to the Colorado State Demographer's Office website, and you can see that picture there. Next slide, please. And then this is from the Office of Economic Development. They have an index based on economic development capacity. So it looks at publicly available data from what resources available, the human resources there, water resources, and really gives it a scale of how each county, what its capacity is for economic development. And it really highlights the differences that we have going on across the state, where those counties in red have very low economic capacity development potential, and the green are the higher capacity. And of course, it's highlighted the Front Range and parks corridors on the west slope. Next slide, please. Overall, CDA has also been very busy. Today at the Ag Commission meeting, they're actually promulgating rules for our soil health program, the tax credit program at CDA. We're also proud to announce that several of our staff will be recognized tomorrow night at the Denver Business Journal and Colorado Farm Bureau Ag Leaders Recognition event. Cindy Lair at CDA, Jesse Lassiter at CDA, and then our Regional Assistant Commissioner, Nick Purchase, will be recognized there. For those of you that were at the Capitol yesterday, we celebrated Ag Day at the Capitol yesterday. It really is an important week for ag to really highlight all the important contributions that ag makes. And so again, it's associated with spring. Happy spring tomorrow. Tomorrow's the first day of spring, and really excited about that. Also, CDA is working with these legacy events and ag behavioral health. Also, there's a produce safety rule about ag water, and also working closely with DOLA, which I think will be. Let's move on to the next slide. I won't go into this too much. I appreciate Kat and the team meeting with the CDA team. I was unfortunately not able to attend because that's when the search committee had a last minute meeting for the Colorado Water Center director, which President Parsons will make the final decision at CSU for that. And it should be, we're hoping that it'll be announced soon. So looking forward to that. So I know Nora later on today, I think agenda item 11 will be talking about the ag action plans. Really appreciate the collaboration between CDA and CWCB staff moving forward on this. Next slide. And part of my role is really going around. I really appreciate the 10 strategies to protect irrigated ag document that was released and shared at the January board meeting, using this as I go around talking to urban planners. We just had a joint meeting with the Sonoran Institute, seeing if we can incorporate more of this in their water conservation training programs that they have for municipal entities. Thanks for that. Next slide. And also working with DOLA. I mentioned that we were working with DOLA, SB 24, I think 174, the Natural Lands and Agricultural Integration that they're working on. That they have, I think, they have a deadline at the end of this year to get that done, and they've been working with us to incorporate agriculture in this. As you all know, I usually say a few comments on behavioral health. This was something I picked up at some training that I went to. It's called the 8 dimensions of well-being. And it really, when I went through this training, it was really insightful to me that why there's a special need in agricultural communities for behavioral health. And is when I looked at this, it was really evident that on a normal family farm or ranch operation, we don't have any resiliency out there, in the sense that if something happens on our farm or ranch, it's affecting our financial, it's affecting our social, it's our spiritual, it's our occupational, it's everything at once. Where um, people in other occupations, sometimes their social interactions are different than their work interactions or their physical interactions. And so, again, we're really focusing on what we can do to really help the ag community in their behavioral health. Next slide. And the last slide is really to show, this is a video that Commissioner Greenberg took. Hopefully it'll work. And it doesn't look like it's going to work. Anyway, it was a little dung beetle. She was on a tour and had this wonderful video of this dung beetle pushing the ball, of course, home. And really to say thank you for all the work that everybody's doing. I know it's a lot of hard work and the turmoil that's going on right now, but I think as long as we support each other, we'll get through this all. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Dung beetle, that's what they called me in high school. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Robert, this is Barbara Vasquez. One of the highlights of my terms here on CWCB was the day you presented us all with the clothespins to put on our ears, like we saw you use. So now I'm wondering whether you're going to bring us little lapel pins of dung beetles. That would be great.
Thank you.
Good
Dr.
idea.
Vasquez.
Thank you, Director Vasquez.
Anybody else? Question? Thank you, Robert. Appreciate your time. Okay, we'll go on to our state engineer, Mr. Ullman.
To say welcome to the new board members, Greg, Taylor, and Mike. I've met all of you before. I haven't worked with you in detail, but I look forward to getting to know you better on this board for the next many years. So thank you for your service and agreeing to be on this board. And then second, I know I should say thank you to Viola, but I also need to thank Anna and the audiovisual staff, because the last 2 or 3 meetings, I've brought them a flash drive with my slides like 10 minutes before the meeting starts. So, and they've accommodated me. I will attempt to get it to them earlier in the future, but thank you. So I'm going to cover a few things of interest this morning that are going on around the state with DWR. This is actually a photo of Taylor Draw Dam, which we're going to talk about regarding White River overappropriation. But next slide. But first, this time of year, I think it's hard not to talk about the conditions of the snowpack as state engineer, because our staff around the state right now this is the stuff that they're looking at on a daily basis, because people are coming into their offices and asking them, what kind of a year is it going to be? How much runoff do you think we're going to get? What's the snowpack look like? Our staff are seen as the ones that kind of know the conditions in the basin. They also know the water rights scheme on each of the streams, and so they can, based on the snowpack, can kind of have an idea of what the priority system is going to look like. Now, we still have a month left in the snowpack accumulation season, so who knows? We could have a miracle May, you could have a huge April, but everybody loves to plan ahead, right? So this time of year, a month before the peak of the snowpack, is really when people start coming in to talk to our staff. So how do we look right now statewide? You'll see the black line is this year, the green line is the median. We're not bad. We're at 92% of the 30-year median. Unfortunately, that's the past 30-year median that changed a few years ago and was dropped. So if you were considering as of the historical record, it would be lower than 92%. Next slide. That 92% statewide, though, this is as of yesterday actually, masks a little bit how different it is around the state. And this is almost every year. Very few years do we have consistently 100% above average across the state. This year, there's a pretty significant disparity between the north and the south, and that is typical of a La Nina year. Typically, La Nina years would produce more snowpack in the north part of the west and less in the south. Unfortunately, for some of the basins that have had less good years in the last 25 years, that means they have a worse year this year than the others. So the Rio Grande and the San Juan and Animas are not in great shape. And you'll see the red color that's going off the screen into New Mexico means it's really low. And in Arizona and New Mexico, they have 20 to 30% of snowpack in some of their basins, which in terms of some of what Becky's dealing with in the negotiations, that's put some stress on their water users. What are we doing with this data this time of year? Like I said, we're talking to the users, trying to help them understand what we think it's going to look like. Particularly in Division 3, the Rio Grande, we have to set an irrigation season based on our rules. So they're looking to set whether the irrigation season is going to start as normal on April 1st or earlier. That typically will depend upon whether people, what's the temperatures look like. Do people need to plant earlier? Our staff also attend a lot of ditch board meetings this time of year from February into March as requested, just to explain what's going on in their basin. So, not great, not terrible. We're kind of in the middle, but unless you're in the southern part of the state, it's 71% of average a month with a month left. We need a pretty significant snowfall to bring us up to average. Next slide. I want to jump to is something that you may or may not have seen. We issued a press release about this a couple of weeks ago. I attended a meeting in Meeker 2.5 weeks ago to talk about this with water users. It was very well attended. It was a full room, and we had 30 or more people online. What does it mean? For those of you in basins, the South Platte, the Rio Grande, and the Arkansas, everything in those basins is over appropriated. At least for surface water, tributary water, it's over appropriated. There's always, in the Arkansas and the Rio Grande, there's a call all year round because of the compact. On the west slope, that's not the case for some areas. Those areas that aren't considered over appropriated are dwindling though. And one of them that is, the state engineer, I just declared over appropriated, is the White River Basin above Taylor Draw Reservoir, or the Taylor Draw Power Conduit is the water right that has called on the White River. So you'll see this map shows the White River. Peons Creek in the green was already over appropriated. If you go to the next slide. So why is this why is this happening? So designating something over appropriate essentially means that at some portion of the year, there isn't enough water to satisfy all the demands and vested water rights that exist within the basin. And there's a number of reasons. You know, it's easy to say increasing demand and decreasing supply. This graph shows that decreasing supply. It's a flow chart or a plot of flows on the White River at the Watson gauge in terms of volume from 1920 to 2025 or 2024, sorry. And you look at the red line is the trend has went from a 520,000 acre feet in 1924 to 440,000 acre feet in 2024. So in the last 100 years, we've dropped almost 100,000 acre feet. So 80,000 acre feet of decline. That might have an impact on whether water rights are able to be satisfied. Next slide. Area that we are declaring over appropriated is the area in yellow. The areas in red were already declared over appropriated. The Yampa was just declared over appropriated in 2019, above the confluence there. And the green areas are areas in Division 6 that remain, I guess you would call them under appropriated or non-critical, where there hasn't been a water right call that has required us to administer their water rights in the basin. So the reason that this is important for users is not because it changes the way we administer water. We administer the prior appropriation system the same way, regardless of whether it's over appropriated or under appropriated officially, but it does change how we interpret and how we issue well permits. So in an area that's over appropriated, where there's not enough water to satisfy all the demands, that does not have well administration rules, the state engineer's office and the division engineer cannot administer wells. We can't go out and shut off wells, but we can require wells that are applied for through our office to have augmentation plans. And so the impact of this declaration of over appropriation status is that for new non-exempt wells, so if you don't qualify for an exempt well, you don't have 35 acres or more, and I won't go into all the things that can qualify you for an exempt well, but if you don't qualify for an exempt domestic well, then you would need to get an augmentation plan. And that protects the senior water right owners by making sure that we have some replacement water to replace the depletions from those wells that are occurring from wells that we wouldn't be able to otherwise go and shut off or curtail. So that was the purpose of the meeting, was to explain this to folks. It was well received, particularly when you're telling somebody that now they're going to have to get an aug plan. There were some tough questions, but nobody seemed to be, I think everybody understood that there's been a valid call from a water right in the basin, and it's hard to say it's not over appropriated when that happens. So next slide. This is the only areas of the state for surface water that are not considered over appropriated. That area that's in the red circle is the White River, which will be over appropriated as of May 1st. So my declaration of over appropriation status applies May 1st forward. So we gave a couple months of grace period for people to figure out if they need to apply for a well permit or if they were planning to apply for a well permit. They also have until December 31st if they had already drilled a well prior to that to go and apply for the well permit, and they would get considered as if it was not over appropriated. But all other new well permits as of May 1st will need augmentation plans for non-exempt wells. But you can see that the areas kind of ring the west slope on Division 6, primarily Division 6 and Division 7. There's a little bit in Division 4, and then the very lowest parts of Division 5 on the main stem of the Colorado. So the areas that aren't considered over appropriated are dwindling because of climate change and other changes to our supplies. Next slide. A few other things that I don't have slides for that I'm just going to mention. We've talked about measurement rules for the West Slope divisions in the past. Division 7's measurement rules, the protest period in the water court ended and at the end of February. We only received 2 protests. They were fairly minor. They were ones we already knew were going to be that were going to be filed. With the Animas La Plata Conservancy District, we already have a stipulation drafted with them. The Southwest Conservancy District, they may withdraw, or I'm not sure, but we may get a stipulation with them. I think it appears that those rules will be in place somewhere in June of this year. In Division 4, which is the Gunnison Basin, we are preparing to do stakeholder meetings on draft rules in the Gunnison River Basin. Those stakeholder meetings currently are scheduled for April 30th in Delta, and there'll be some press releases and notifications on our website once we have the actual venues and stuff nailed down. May 1st in Gunnison, May 6th in Norwood, May 7th in Montrose. So we're trying to provide enough opportunity for people from around the basin to come and talk to us about their thoughts about the measurement rules, ask us questions about how this affects them. We did this in Division 6 and Division 7 as well. So stay tuned for some announcements on those stakeholder meetings. Legislation. So there's a couple of bills I'm just going to briefly mention. House Bill 251014 is the DWR efficiency bill. I am happy to say that it passed 61-0 out of the House, so unanimously out of the House. Representative Soper made some very kind comments about this bill being the kind of thing they like to see from government, looking at your processes and trying to make them easier to navigate for the public. So that was very nice. It's scheduled for a hearing in the Senate on March 27th. And then House Bill 251165, which is a geothermal bill. It's not necessarily a DWR bill, but our staff have worked pretty tirelessly with opponents of that bill, including hot spring operators that were concerned about potential impacts to their operations. And I'm happy to say also that we've crafted language with the help of DNR, Daphne Gervais, and others that they're happy with now. It actually passed out of the House on third reading 42-22. So it is also on its way. Then the last thing, I've been approached a couple times here about a bill that passed last year that was a result of the Drought Task Force, Senate Bill 24197, that included the expansion of the ag water protection water right from Divisions 1 and 2, because you could only get that water right in Divisions 1 and 2, or use to the other divisions. And the question that I have been asked is, do we need to do rulemaking to make sure to expand that to the other divisions? I asked our AG's office for an opinion on whether we needed to do rulemaking, hoping that we could use the rules that we already promulgated for Divisions 1 and 2, because they don't mention that they're specific Divisions 1 and 2, but unfortunately statute requires the state engineer to do stakeholding in every division that rules are going to apply to. So our staff will be getting ready to do some stakeholder meetings in Divisions 3 through 7. And we're going to start with the rules that are already there for Divisions 1 and 2, because I think they're pretty good, and go from there. So stay tuned for notices on stakeholder meetings that will be happening in those divisions for that. That is the end of my report.
Thank you, Jason. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Director? Yes, please.
Sorry, Director Ullman, but I'm told that you just celebrated a relatively monumental birthday this last weekend. So I won't reveal the number, but maybe say happy birthday to Jason. And I won't say.
I won't say, yeah, it's one of those decadal birthdays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 20. No.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
My kids, I will relate to Lauren, thought my job was kind of boring, and now they're out of the house. So anyway, they think I'm old now.
Well, happy birthday.
Thanks.
Good.
Oh, and the last thing, I got this, people have asked me, did you go to Auburn? I got this, I presented to the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Association conference, and the dean of the agricultural college at CSU gave me that. I had to wear it since they won the Mountain West Conference for men's basketball for the first time since 2003. And hopefully you'll all be watching at noon on your computer in the sidebar as they beat Memphis. So sorry, I had that on.
Way to represent. All right. Yes, please, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, happy belated birthday, Director Ullman, and um, also, since you mentioned it, thanks very much for speaking at the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association. Really appreciate that. And then also, thanks for the information on the ag water protection right. Actually, while I was here, I was talking to some producers about it, so appreciate being kept up to date to that. And I think definitely should work with the River District and Southwest and let them know about this, and so they can provide comments. And then also, thanks, Director Ullman. On March 24th in Julesburg, the Colorado Ag Water Alliance is sponsoring a kind of this ag water meeting out there. Uh, Director Ullman will be out there talking about just providing an update on the Perkins County Canal. Also, NRCS will be there, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and also Greg Peterson will be talking about funding opportunities. So, just wanted to make that announcement and appreciate what you're doing, Director Ullman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Does anybody else have any comments? All right, thank you. We'll go on to Matt, CPW. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, directors. I'm Matt Nickel. I'm the Assistant Director at CPW for the Aquatics Wildlife Branch. I'm here for Director Davis, who sends his regrets. I also want to welcome the 3 new board members. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Highly lucrative position, as we talked about last time. I'm sure you can negotiate a good NIL deal, though. I'll try to go through CPW updates without being redundant, especially Director Gibbs had quite a few updates that highlighted some CPW items. So EMT executive management team at CPW and staff been very busy in the last few weeks with budget retreat and as well as Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting week before last. And then, of course, responding to lots and lots of legislative items. Our 2 bills, our wildlife trafficking bill proceeding through, and also the bill that allows free parks admission at all of our state parks to the true tribes here in Colorado is proceeding as well. Some other things going on in the invasive species realm. At the beginning of February, Director Davis temporarily designated golden mussels, a highly invasive mussel species, an aquatic nuisance species for a period to not exceed 9 months. Although golden mussels have not yet been found in Colorado, the designation will provide CPW with necessary authority to protect our aquatic resources from the potentially devastating impacts associated with this highly invasive species. The golden mussel was detected in the California Delta near Stockton this past October, and it has since been discovered in several other California waterways. While this invasive species is well established in other countries, where it has been shown to have impacts even greater than those associated with the well-known zebra and quagga mussels, this is the first detection of golden mussels in the United States. By implementing this temporary designation in advance of the upcoming boating season, the time necessary for the regulatory steps to permanently add the species to the list of invasive species is not rushed. Moving on, grant awards for our Outdoor Regional Partnerships Initiative recently went through. Governor Polis, CPW, and GOCO recently announced those grant recipients for the Outdoor Regional Partnership Initiatives and awarded $1.17 million to coalitions around the state. Regional partnerships convene community leaders from across outdoor recreation and conservation sectors, to ensure that Colorado's wildlife, recreation, opportunities, and outdoor resources thrive into the future. This round of awards will support 8 regional partnerships located across the state, including 1 new regional partnership for the Wet Mountain Valley covering Custer County. This seventh round of funding brings the total number of Colorado outdoor regional partnerships to 21, covering 79% of the state. Since 2021, CPW and GOCO have awarded over $6 million to Colorado outdoor regional partnerships to support coalition building, conservation, and outdoor recreation planning, research, and community engagement. In the beaver world, CPW Beaver Management Plan Working Group has concluded its initial round of meetings in late February. Each subcommittee met 4 times during the November to February, totaling 24 meetings. And their work has been instrumental in developing a plan, content, and format. CPW is currently developing the scope of work for an interagency agreement with the Colorado Natural Heritage Program to develop the plan. CNAP will help manage the overall plan development and related technical products, and subcontractors will likely be used to assist stakeholder engagement and the plan writing. CPW has successfully secured a federal aid and wildlife restoration grant to facilitate plan development. And CPW staff have consulted with CWCB staff during this process, including Chris Sturm and Andrea Harbin Monahan, and additional consultations with CWCB staff will occur during the upcoming planning phases. And speaking of CWCB staff, CPW would like to thank them for being very accommodating and supportive on a number of collaborative projects and incorporating CPW's feedback on grant proposals, and in particular on CPW's review and feedback on water plan grant awards. And one in particular that we wanted to point out that's been a long time in the making, the Milk Creek project is a joint CPW BLM in-stream flow recommendation that will support native 3 species. This creek has been a priority for nearly a decade for CPW and has been on BLM's in-stream flow candidate list since 2017. CWCB and BLM have been terrific partners in finalizing this in-stream flow evaluation using a detailed habitat model and finalizing the recommendation, which will go before this board later in this meeting. So we're excited about that. And finally, I'm pleased to announce that last week I made an offer to our new water resources team manager. As you recall, Rob Harris, who was the previous water resources team manager and sat in this seat for many years, resigned to take a position at the AG's office. And we had a robust recruiting effort and hiring process, interviewed 6 really good candidates. And last week I made an offer to Maura McGovern. Maura is currently works at DIA, where she is the water programs environmental manager. She spent most of her career though at CDPHE, in particular with Water Quality Control Division, and she had extensive supervision and leadership experience at Water Quality Control Division. Her first day at CPW will be April 14th, so really excited to have her on board. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, man. Does anybody have any questions or comments? CPW? All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, is Jim online? Okay,
I am.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be really brief. You can see Keith McLaughlin's report in your packet. He sends his regrets he couldn't be here today. I'm Jim Griffiths, the Deputy Director, and just wanted to mention just 2 things, about 30 seconds of your time. We got some good news on our federal funding. Most of it passed the DOGE hurdles, and so we'll be getting that shortly. And so we continue to finance a lot of water and wastewater projects. I think we just approved 12 at our last board meeting, and so got more funding in, which is great. And I wanted to continue to thank CWCB and their partnership in the Arc Valley spur line project that we're working on with Kirk and his team. That's all I have. I'll take any questions.
Does anybody have any questions, comments for? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
In respect to where we are in the agenda, if it's all right, we'll just take, let's be back here at 10:50, so that not quite 15 minutes, but, and I'm not gonna lie to you, if the bathrooms were closer, we'd shut it down a little bit tighter, but you all have a travel to make here, so we'll start again at 10:50.
Recording in progress.
Back in. Okay, I guess honestly in Greeley, this cowbell is probably the most appropriate place, isn't it? Yeah. We're doing it well. More cowbell, that's what we need. Okay, welcome back. We're gonna continue on here with agenda item 5 with our in-stream flow appropriation. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. This is going to be agenda item 5A, public notice of 2026 in-stream flow recommendations. I am Marielle Seidel, CWCB staff for the record. This is an informational item and no board action is required, just so you all know. So staff held the ISF workshop virtually on February 3rd. During this workshop, staff received 4 new recommendations for in-stream flow water rights from Colorado Parks and Wildlife and Western Resource Advocates. I'll put the map up. In water divisions 4, 6, and 7. You can see these recommendations, the new ones, in yellow on the map. You can also see the 21 existing recommendations in purple for a total of 25 ISF recommended reaches that staff is considering for appropriation. These recommendations cover water divisions 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and we currently have no in-stream flow recommendations in water division 3. On our website, you have a recorded video of the workshop along with presentations from CPW and WRA. You can view all of the recommended reaches on Map Viewer and Google Earth, both of which are linked also on our website. So staff has commenced outreach for the 2026 recommendations with a notice to the ISF mailing list on March 18th. Outreach will continue with county commissioner meetings, interested stakeholder meetings. We'll identify landowners that are adjacent to these reaches and send them letters. And then later this year, we will send out newspaper notices to the local newspapers. And public can stay up to date on the status of these recommendations on our website. Finally, staff is always available for questions on any of these reaches. So that's 5A, fairly brief. I'm available for any questions, and we can open up for comment if you'd like.
Does anybody have any questions for him? Yes, Director Phil.
I'm just curious, talk about meeting with county commissioners, and I know it's not mandatory, it's something that you offer. I'm just curious, and how often do counties actually take you up on that?
I think we've only had one county that has said no, thank you.
Okay.
Most often they're very happy to invite us in and give the county commissioners opportunity to know what our goals are, what the recommenders' goals are. And that way, when stakeholders come to them, they can be really well informed and also know where to direct them with questions and concerns.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll continue on.
So I'm going to stay up here for 5B as well. Again, Marielle Seidel, CWCB staff, and I'm going to be doing 5B, public comment on 2025 in-stream flow appropriations in water divisions 4, 5, and 6. So again, this is an informational item, and like 5A, no board action is required. On January 27th, the board formed its intent to appropriate ISF water rights on 13 streams in water divisions 4, 5, and 6. And you can see these on your map. But as a reminder, I will list them out. In water division 4, the Bureau of Land Management recommended Goat Creek. Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommended Beaver Dams Creek, East Fork Dry Creek, and an unnamed tributary to East Fork Dry Creek. CBW also recommended Main Hubbard Creek, Middle Hubbard Creek, and West Hubbard Creek. High Country Conservation Advocates recommended Cabin Creek and Canyon Creek, and in a collaboration with the National Park Service, High Country Conservation Advocates recommended Red Creek. In Water Division 5, BLM recommended Coon Creek, and at the January board meeting, we noted that terms and conditions were forthcoming And as a follow-up, we have a final stipulated agreement between CWCB and the Ute Water Conservancy District and Coon Creek Reservoir and Ditch Company in the filing. In Water Division 5, BLM also recommended Derby Creek. And finally, in Water Division 6, BLM recommended Clear Creek. So pursuant to Rule 5D of the rules concerning the in-stream flow program, notice of the board action was sent to the mailing list on February 3rd. And this notice provides the details and deadlines to contest that are due no later than March 31st. At this time, staff has not received any notices to contest or any information that any are forthcoming, but this agenda item also opens up further opportunity for public comment if anybody wishes to do so. And again, I am available for questions, but this wraps up 5B.
Thank you, Mariel. Any discussion or questions for agenda item 5B? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff, and I am presenting agenda item 5C, which is a request to form intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights in water divisions 4, 6, and 7. This is an action item, and staff is requesting the board to form its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on the 6 stream segments. So I'm going to start off with the general timeline showing process that has been unfolding. So the process is at least a year long for staff analysis and public outreach. And in most of the cases here, it's been more than that. It's been several years. And at the time, the recommended entity provides the CWCB with a recommendation with specificity in writing at the ISF workshop. The first step that staff takes is to start its outreach process, which includes emailing notice of these recommendations to the 1,200 people on the ISF subscription mailing list, followed up by an agenda item at the March board meeting, such as the one that Mario just provided. And during the next several months, staff will work on analyzing the recommendation, conduct a water availability assessment. Staff will also send letters to landowners and reach out to DWR staff on each recommendation, place notices in the newspapers, and hold public meetings with county commissioners and local stakeholder groups. And if staff plans to move forward with a recommendation, they will provide notice at the November meeting, the November CWC meeting. And a full list of all the outreach activities is included in the executive summary for each of the ISF recommendations. So this next part shows the timeline if the board votes to form their intent to appropriate any ISF recommendations today. This would kick off the formal notice and comment period in a modified schedule allowed by the rules. I will go into the specific dates for each of these actions a little later in the presentation. But as you can see that all the administrative actions would take place before the end of this calendar year. So the board is required by statute to make 3 findings to appropriate an in-stream flow water right. While those findings are not required today, I want to remind the board what they are. The first is that there is a natural environment that exists, and this can be documented, the natural environment through by the recommended entities, which also include a quantification of the flow requirements needed to protect that natural environment. The second finding is that the natural environment will be preserved by the water available for appropriation. Staff completes an independent water availability analysis to determine if water is available for each appropriation. This includes using the best available data, which may include permanent or temporary stream gauges, diversion records, a modeling program called CSU Flow 18, and discussions with staff from DWR and other stakeholders. The third finding is that there's no material injury to other water rights, even though these water rights, these appropriations will be for new junior water rights. I will go through some proposed terms and conditions for the couple of recommendations that staff has agreed to submit to the board as part of any final action. And finally, staff provided the board with executive summaries and appendices of all the technical data for each one of these recommendations. Those documents contain all the information needed to satisfy these three findings. Provides a quick review of the R2 cross parameters, which were used to quantify most of the recommendations today, with the exception of Mill Creek. R2 cross is used to model the hydraulic parameters of wetted perimeter, average depth, and average velocity. In the 1970s, CPW developed the minimum flow hydraulic criteria shown in the table below. And for the first decade of the program, only 2 of the 3 criteria were used, and they wound up creating a lot of single flow, in-stream flow water rights around the state. In the early 1980s, CPW updated their approach and determined that all 3 criteria are needed during the high flow period of the year for minimum protection of the fishery. And so that's the procedure we use today. Real quick, here's a slide that provides a glimpse of some of the field work conducted on these ISF recommendations. ISF staff visits each stream segment at least once, and in this case, multiple times. And while on site, CWCB staff may perform a stream flow measurement, categorize the natural environment, or work with the recommended entity to conduct R2 cross. Some of these field visits may also include stakeholder outreach and interaction. Not as glamorous as the field work for these recommendations is the office work performed to evaluate these ISF recommendations. So CWCB staff analyzes the quantifications supplied by the recommended entity and perform an independent water availability analysis, evaluate water rights, and conduct outreach activities. And speaking of outreach activities, as I mentioned before, here are some examples which are done as part of the process. The ISF workshop, notice is sent to the subscription mailing list multiple times a year, public meetings with county commissioners and stakeholders, on-site visit with water right owners, letter to landowners, and notices in newspapers. This map illustrates the locations of the 6 recommended ISF reaches that are under consideration today. As you can see, the recommendations are all contained within Water Divisions 4, 6, and 7, and I'll be going through each one of these recommendations next. First up is East Muddy Creek in Gunnison County, which is about 14 miles northwest of the town of Paonia. BLM recommended this 6-mile reach for ISF protection for a self-sustaining population of speckled dace, sculpin, bluehead sucker, brook trout, rainbow trout, fathead minnow, and white sucker. Speckled dace, sculpin, and bluehead suckers are native species to Colorado, and the bluehead sucker appears on BLM sensitive species list, and BLM is a signatory to a multi-party, multi-state conservation agreement for that species that is designed to prevent listing of bluehead suckers under the Endangered Species Act. The BLM originally submitted this recommendation to the CWCB in January of 2020. Staff has been collecting stream flow data and refining its water availability analysis, along with conducting numerous stakeholder meetings since that time. I would like to thank the River District and especially Raquel Flinker for helping make a lot of those stakeholder meetings possible. So the packet of information the board received included letters submitted as public comment on this recommendation. And as a result of the stakeholder input, staff has agreed to the request to lower the flow rates in July as indicated on this slide. Staff has also agreed to include terms and conditions in any final action, which I will go through in a minute. But essentially the flow rates will be shifted 1 entire month earlier under this proposal. Water Division 4 is West Muddy Creek. The BLM also recommended an ISF water right on a reach of West Muddy Creek, which is also in Gunnison County. This is an almost 9-mile stream reach, which terminates at the confluence with East Muddy Creek, which forms Muddy Creek, which is just a few miles upstream of Peony Reservoir. The fish surveys of West Muddy Creek indicate the presence of similar fish species that were identified in East Muddy Creek recommendation. And then along with these fish species, there is also the presence of northern leopard frogs, which are BLM sensitive species, and a state species of special concern, which has been documented along the stream reach. This recommendation from BLM was also submitted to the CWCB in January of 2020. Because of the lack of historic stream flow data on West Muddy Creek, CWCB staff installed a temporary gauge in May of 2021 and collected data used through October of 2024. Like East Muddy Creek, staff is recommending a decrease in flow amounts submitted to the board as indicated on the bottom of the slide, which affects that July timeframe. As I mentioned before, CWCB staff developed some terms and conditions that the stakeholders in their letters agree should be included in any final action taken by the CWCB. Those are indicated on this slide, and staff is also aware of at least one additional term requested by the stakeholders that staff needs to investigate further to clarify its intent before we can agree to include it in any future action. Moving into the far northwest part of the state, in Water Division 6, we arrive at the ISO recommendation on Vermilion Creek. Vermilion Creek is in Moffett County and is about 62 miles northwest of the city of Craig. The BLM is recommending two segments on Vermilion Creek. The first of which is an 18-mile segment to support a self-sustaining population of mountain suckers, which are identified by CPWs as state species of greatest conservation need and state species of special concern. The contributing basin of the proposed ISF of Vermilion Creek is very large. It's nearly 823 square miles, which goes up through large parts of southern Wyoming as well. Directly downstream of this segment is the BLM's second recommended reach on Vermilion Creek, which is a little over 10 miles long. Along with the self-sustained population of mountain suckers, as in the upper reach, the lower reach also contains sculpin and speckled dace. And in the photo in the slide, you might notice the remains of a short-lived gauge on this reach of Vermilion Creek, which is in quite the precarious position right at the edge of the waterfall there. So I don't know if that played into the gauge no longer being maintained. So as part of staff's outreach, there was interest from a local rancher to file in water court for existing undecreed uses in the basin tributary to Vermilion Creek recommendations. As a result, staff has agreed that if CWCB board approves the recommendation and declares its intent to appropriate the first and second Vermilion Creek reaches, then it agrees not to file a water court application to adjudicate these reaches before November 1st of 2025. And the CWCB would also agree that it will list the appropriation date for the first and second Vermilion Creek reaches as the date that the water court application is filed. So this would allow time for the rancher to complete his water court filings. The last recommendation in Water Division 6 is on Milk Creek, which is also located in Moffett County, and it is about 14 miles southwest of the city of Craig. This is a joint ISF recommendation from the Bureau of Land Management and Colorado Parks and Wildlife, which originally was brought to the board in January of 2017. BLM and CPW are interested in protecting Milk Creek because it provides known spawning and rearing habitat for native flathead sucker, bloathead sucker, and round-tailed chub, known collectively as the three species. Three species are large-bodied native fishes endemic to rivers and streams in western Colorado. And the three species have been exhibiting a downward trend and collectively occupy less than half of their native range in the Colorado Basin. The importance of the reach of Milk Creek for native fishes led to the cooperation between BLM and CPW to document use of the native species, implement fish stocking programs, and complete cooperative studies to determine the flow rates needed to support the natural environment. Water availability analysis was also challenging for this recommendation since there is no long-term gauge located in the recommended reach of Milk Creek, and the historic gauge located upstream of the reach was determined not to be suitable to be used to evaluate water availability due to large percentage of basin area and water rights located downstream of that gauge. To solve this problem, the CWCB installed a temporary gauge on Milk Creek in 2017 and used data collected through 2024 for its water availability analysis. I would like to thank Tri-State for allowing us access through their property to get to the gauge. Otherwise, it would have created a much longer and unsafe drive. So we really appreciate that. All right, so quick warning to look away if you have any entomophobia, which I didn't know was really a word, but it's more commonly known as fear of bugs. So this slide shows the variety of macroinvertebrates present in Milk Creek, which a CPW study found in 2023 confirmed demonstrated a community of that is species rich and high in biodiversity. As mentioned earlier, the three species present in Milk Creek qualify them as sensitive species by the BLM, and are listed as species of greatest conservation need by CPW. And CPW, along with BLM and other federal agencies and multiple tribes, are signatories to the range-wide conservation agreement and strategy for round-tailed trout, bluehead sucker, and flannelmouth sucker. And as a significant low elevation perennial tributary of the Yampa River, Mill Creek provides an important year-round and seasonal habitat for these three species. From 2015 to 2024, CPW has proactively stocked bluehead sucker and flannelmouth sucker in Mill Creek to bolster populations in both Mill Creek and the Yampa River. And the effort was the first of its kind to stock small numbers of bluehead sucker and flannelmouth suckers with the goals of augmenting the Mill Creek populations and with the hope of reestablishing populations of the three species throughout the Yampa River Basin. Creek recommendation, BLM and CPW decided to use a methodology that is species specific and can be tailored to assessing flows and habitat relationships specific to flannelmouth sucker and bluehead sucker. BLM and CPW used the in-stream flow incremental method known as IFIM. It's a widely accepted method for quantifying suitable hydraulic habitat as a function of discharge for specific species and life stages of fish. So in 2023, CWCB hired Dr. Bill Miller to provide support and technical training necessary to complete a hydraulic habitat model on Mill Creek using the System for Environmental Flow Analysis, more commonly known as SEFA. So the SEFA software is a modern version of the physical habitat simulation software, also known as PHAB-SIM, which as a legacy software is no longer compatible with the Windows operating system above a Windows 11. So SEFA software is the modern equivalent, but it also has additional features, one of which is predicting fish passage across different transects. Bill Miller trained BLM, CPW, and CWCB staff in the field methods and use of the SEFA software, developed models, and completed a summary report which was provided as part of the appendices for this recommendation. So here is some of that SEFA modeling in action in the fall of 2023. Bill Miller's BLM, CPW, and CWCB staff performed site selection and field data collection to build a hydraulic habitat model for the Mill Creek ISF Reach in SEFA. And after assessing the 4-mile ISF Reach, a study area was selected. It was representative of the ISF Reach. The 2 study sites were selected on BLM's. Site 1 was approximately a half a mile upstream of the confluence with the Yampa River, and Site 2 was approximately 0.9 miles above the confluence with the Yampa. The 2 study sites included a variety of riffle, run, and pool habitat types, and bed substrate that ranges in size from fine silt to large cobble. Surveys were conducted in October of 2023 to establish bed topography, and an initial hydraulic habitat discharge relationship was analyzed under base flow conditions, which was approximately 6 CFS. In the spring of 2024, 2 additional sets of measurements were made to calibrate the model over a range of flows. These include measurements at a mid-flow approximately 45 to 50 CFS in April and a high flow approximately 127 CFS in June. Stream flow and habitat were modeled from 5 to 300 CFS. The results presented in the Bill Miller report helped inform the flow recommendations that CPW and BLM derived. Included in the staff memo for this agenda item is a letter submitted by Western Resource Advocates in support of the Mill Creek ISF recommendation. To help WRA understand biological flow needs, they hired Dr. John Woodling, who for much of his professional career has focused on native fish that are found in Mill Creek. And he reviewed the flow rates proposed in the final Mill Creek in-stream flow study prepared by Dr. Bill Miller. And Dr. Woodling's report and professional analysis of the importance of the Mill Creek and proposed ISF rates to the native fish is attached to the letter. So one of the fun parts of maintaining a temporary gauge is that we also install a game camera to help evaluate flow conditions over time. And so this is some interesting furry and feathered animals that I guess wanted to take a selfie with the Mill Creek game camera. You can see when the channel is iced over, they enjoy crossing on it. We're floating it during high flows. Even at nighttime, there's some big bears that enjoy going in the area. the fish that this in-stream flow water right would help protect, but also those other values. Okay, the final ISF recommendation for your consideration today is on Burrows Creek in Water Division 7. Burrows Creek is in San Juan County, approximately 13 miles north of the town of Silverton. This is a relatively short reach. It's only 1.3 miles long, and it's from its headwaters to the confluence with the North Fork Adams River. Burrows Creek is located within the Bonita Peak Mining District Superfund site. And as a result, the ISF recommendation from the BLM is based on a macroinvertebrate community that largely consists of heavy metal tolerant species that are known. There are no known fish in Burrows Creek. Burrows Creek also has an extensive wetlands area, which are intermixed with fens, which are an extremely rare wetland type that depend on constant mineral-rich groundwater discharge. As of note, in 2023, the BLM acquired a 10.75 CFS of an 11 CFS water right associated with the Mineral Point Ditch, which was the only active diversion of Burrows Creek. And in February of 2025, the BLM acquired the remaining 0.25 CFS right from another party. The Mineral Point Ditch historically diverted water from Burrows Creek at the Boston mine site and conveyed the water over a saddle into the headwaters of the Uncompahgre River in Water Division 4. BLM has been working with CWCB staff to develop a perpetual lease agreement that allowed these water rights to be used for in-stream flow purposes in Burrow Creek. This would allow flows to that had been historically diverted out of the basin to return to Burrows Creek. So staff has received a formal letter, offer letter from the BLM, and we anticipate bringing that ISF acquisition to the board for consideration at the May CWCB meeting. Once again, if you're bug sensitive, look away, but here are some of the species identified by the Mountain Studies Institute in their benthic macroinvertebrate assessment of Burrows Creek. So as promised, here is a more specific timeline of a modified schedule that staff is requesting be used for any appropriations the board forms or intent to appropriate on today. That would include public comment at the May meeting, a notice of contest to be due to the CWCB by June 2nd, and then deadlines for notice of ISF to the ISF mailing list of any notices to contest by June 6th. July 1st would be the deadline for the notice of party status. The July 16th through 17th, staff would inform parties participants and the board would appoint a hearing officer if necessary. Alternatively, if no notices to contest were filed, staff may see final action. And if there is a contested, if any of the appropriations are contested, the hearing would be held in conjunction with the CWCB meeting in November. So staff recommends that pursuant to ISF Rule 5D, the board declare its intent to appropriate an in-stream flow water right on each stream segment listed in Table 1 from staff's memo, with the changes indicated in the presentation to the flow amounts of East and West Muddy Creek, and to direct staff to publicly notice the board's declaration of its intent to appropriate and establish a modified schedule for the notice and comment procedures pursuant to ISF Rule 5C. And that is what I have for a presentation, but I also have Roy Smith from the Bureau of Land Management, who is here that can provide comments on the BLM recommendations as well.
All right, thank you, Ro. And I believe we have Laura Bellinger here, is that correct? Bellinger?
She's
Yes,
online.
I am online. Thank you.
Okay. If it's all right, we'll go, Roy, do you have something you'd like to say? And then we'll go to Laura.
Good morning and welcome new board members. For the new board members who haven't met me before, my name is Roy Smith. I'm the statewide lead for BLM Colorado for water rights, in-stream flow protection, and our Wild and Scenic Rivers program. I've been working with BLM Colorado for 33 years now, and during that career, I've tried to build a good collaborative relationship with the CWCB, and I think some of the things I'm going to talk about today are definitely the fruits of that long-term relationship. And for board members, new board members Johnson and Hawes, when you work a career in Colorado, in the Colorado water community, you just keep running into each other again and again. So I'm very pleased to be working with you two again, now that you're on the board. So what I would like to do is just talk about why these recommendations are very important to BLM. They've been in process and under development for a very long time. That's because it took us quite a while to collect the data, the stream channel data, to support the recommendations. And also, these are not straightforward at all with regard to water availability. And so we needed to work with the CWCB staff and others to help us identify exactly how much water is available for appropriation. So I'm going to talk about 3 or 4 minutes just about each of these streams and why they're important. First of all, on East and West Muddy Creek, if you look at a map on the Colorado Decision Support System about where CWCB and stream flow water rights are in the basin above Paonia Reservoir, you'll see that they're in the higher elevation portions of the basin. And so that part of the North Fork of the Gunnison doesn't really have a lot of low elevation stream habitat protected. And these 2 appropriations on East and West Muddy Creek represent about 14 miles of what BLM believes is really good, low elevation, high quality habitat. In addition, East Muddy Creek is a highly visible stream to the Colorado public. State Highway 133 parallels the creek during much of its route on its way down to Paonia Reservoir. And BLM believes that protecting these significant low elevation habitats is a worthwhile endeavor for the board. As Rob mentioned, one of the biggest drivers for BLM support for this recommendation is what we call the 3 species agreement that Rob explained. And BLM is extraordinarily committed to that agreement, trying to prevent those 3 species from becoming listed under the Endangered Species Act and causing a lot more process and procedure for everybody who's involved in the water management world. Over the decades, we've made multiple recommendations to protect these species, and multiple of these recommendations today continue our support for that multi-state, multi-agency agreement. And finally, there's been some thinking expressed that, well, you have a big storage right downstream of these 2 reaches in the form of Paonia Reservoir. And it has a water right that captures most water that is not already appropriated and used by the more senior water rights. But BLM's viewpoint on that is, yes, that does provide a significant amount of flow protection, but it's not comprehensive. There are times when Paonia Reservoir doesn't call for water, and there is the possibility that there could be in-stream flow, changes of water rights applied for upstream that could significantly dewater some of the segments that we're speaking of. And even after that change, Paonia Reservoir would still get the same volume of water. So we think to keep these linear habitats intact and connected, that it's worthwhile to have an in-stream flow water right. And BLM recognizes that there's been some concerns raised by Ragged Mountain Water Users Association and the North Fork Water Conservancy District. And we've attended several meetings with those water users, and the CWCB staff has agreed to modify some flow rates and include terms and conditions in the proposed appropriation to address those concerns, and BLM fully supports the effort to do that. And so at this point, we think it's worth going forward with the formal appropriation process, because if those water users think that there are any unresolved concerns, BLM is pretty confident that we can work with the CWCB staff to resolve any of those remaining concerns during the formal process. Then I'd like to talk just a little bit about Vermilion Creek. BLM is an arid land management agency, but this part of Colorado is particularly arid. As Rob mentioned, this is an 823 square mile watershed, and this is the only perennial stream in that watershed. And it has the function of binding together a very large desert landscape. Every time I've been out there to collect data, you see a wealth of wildlife using this stream corridor, including migratory birds, deer, elk, small animals. It's just an ecological link for this whole system. And right now it's not protected. And this creek supports native species, and it continues to do so despite long-term drought, despite low flows, and despite some significant irrigation demand on the stream and in some of the tributaries to it. But BLM's concerned that it wouldn't take too much more diversion to make the stream uninhabitable by those native species. So that's why we are supporting this in-stream flow appropriation and making it. And we believe it's been modified to have the least impact possible on the irrigators who rely on the creek for their operations. And those include in the upper watershed, the Vermilion Ranch on Talamontes Creek, in the middle of the reach, Ink Springs Ranch, and at the bottom of the reach, the Diamond Peak Cattle Company. So we think that this is a modest appropriation that doesn't have a lot of impact since it's a junior water right, and it's been put together with upper and lower terminuses that seem to work well with the existing irrigation practice. Next, I'd like to turn to Milk Creek. This appropriation is a little bit unusual in that it is the lowest 4 miles in a very, very large watershed that's approaches 150 square miles. So that's a little bit unusual, but it's extremely important to both BLM and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And this creek exemplifies the partnership that our two agencies have. We've worked together on with CPW on accessing the creek, collecting data on it, stocking fish, and in formulating this in-stream flow recommendation. And what's the driver of that is that this stream is extraordinarily important spawning habitat for the Yampa River watershed. There are just not too many perennial streams that come into the Yampa that have sufficient water flows and water quality and positioning to be able to offer substantial spawning habitat to these species. And so over the last 30 years, this board has appropriated a lot of in-stream flow water rights on spawning habitat for these species in other watersheds like the Dolores and the Gunnison and the Colorado. But there haven't been too many appropriations of that to protect habitat in the Yampa. And if there's one place where the board can act to make a really significant protective effort and continue to bolster the state's effort to support these species, Milk Creek is it. And so we think that it's been formulated in a manner that's the least intrusive possible, but does the job. It's only the lower 4 miles of Milk Creek, and we have constructed the reach in a manner that it doesn't go up into the private lands owned by Tri-State and Colorado Coal Company, and hopefully will not interfere with any operations that they have there as they convert that facility from coal mining to other uses for Tri-State. The last creek that I want to talk about is Burroughs Creek. This creek is important to BLM because it's part of the Bonita Peak Superfund site, and BLM has a program called our Abandoned Mine Lands Program. Congress appropriates millions of dollars to that program every year. And in this watershed, the Upper Animas watershed, BLM has literally invested millions and millions and millions of dollars over the last 20 years to remediate historic mine sites, improve water quality, and try to make these streams support aquatic life better, or support it once again, because some of them have not been supporting aquatic life at all. And so in this particular creek, BLM has invested $300,000 to purchase the water rights that Rob mentioned for the Mineral Point ditch. BLM's now the owner of the entire water right, and we'll be talking to you at the May board meeting about potentially accepting a perpetual lease of that water right from BLM. So even though you might look at this creek and say, wow, the only natural environment out here that you're wanting to protect is macroinvertebrates, that is significant in this watershed. There are many creeks in this watershed that don't support aquatic life at all in terms of like zero macroinvertebrates. And this creek does support macroinvertebrate life, and it also supports important wetlands adjacent to the creek that are super important for capturing and fixing heavy metals. And so we want to see the flows protected in this creek for the aquatic life, for the wetlands adjacent to the creek, and also for water quality reasons. The peak flows from Burroughs Creek have been diverted historically by the Mineral Point Ditch. And so those relatively cleaner snowmelt runoff flows have gone out of the basin, and they weren't available for flushing heavy metals out of Burroughs Creek. And so if we go forward with this appropriation and protect a range of flows in the hydrograph, we believe that Burroughs Creek, can resume, its historic function of that flushing during the springtime period. And we've been careful to work with local partners in developing this recommendation. We've had many, many conversations with Southwestern Water Conservation District. We've been advising the Bonita Peak Citizen Advisories Group, and I worked with Rob, and we briefed the San Juan County Commissioners, and all of those groups are in support of this in-stream flow appropriation. So to close, we just thank the CWCB staff, because one of the reasons that it's taken so long to get these in front of you is just the CWCB's effort to carefully engage the public and water users. Like I mentioned, on Burroughs Creek, we talked to Southwestern, the Citizen Advisory Group, the county. On Milk Creek, we had multiple on-site visits with Colorado and Tri-State. We met with Moffat County. On Vermilion Creek, we have talked to the representatives of Vermilion Ranch and Moffat County. On East and West Muddy, we've made multiple trips and had multiple conversations with the water users there. And so we've gone slow, we've gone carefully, and we think that what's in front of you now is something that all of those parties can ultimately support. So with that, BLM asks you to vote yes on these appropriations.
Thank you, Roy. Appreciate it. Laura, apologize for messing up your name first time, but go ahead.
Don't worry, I am used to it. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Laura Belanger. I'm a senior policy advisor in the Healthy Rivers program at Western Resource Advocates, and thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. Hopping back to Milk Creek, WRA strongly supports the in-stream flow recommendation on Milk Creek in Division 6 to protect this important habitat for native fish. As others have noted, Milk Creek provides important spawning, but also other life stage habitat for the 3 species, and it's also home for the native speckled dace. The proposed in-stream flow will provide flow protection for these native fish and serves a strategic purpose in protecting the 3 species in the Yampa River Basin. As Rob mentioned, to help us understand the biological flow needs of these fish, WRA hired Dr. John Woodling, who is a fish biologist. He has over 59 years of experience, including with CPW and the Water Quality Control Division. And much of his work has been focused on the native fish that are found in Milk Creek. We asked Dr. Woodling to review the flow rates proposed in the Miller report that was prepared for the CWCB by Bill Miller in 2024. And our letter of support in Dr. Woodling's detailed report and professional analysis of the importance of Milk Creek to native fish and the flow rates proposed in the Miller report are included in your board packet. The proposed in-stream flow recommendation would protect key components of the hydrograph throughout the year with seasonal in-stream flow rates. That includes base flow rates from August through February that serve a variety of functions, including providing habitat to the young of the year fish, smaller adults that reside in the reach, and bluehead suckers stocked by CPW. The March flow rate provides connectivity with the Yampa and protects spawning bluehead suckers and flannelmouth suckers. The higher spring flow rate from April through June is critical for the spawning season. And then the July flow rate provides important connectivity as adults that migrated upstream to spawn are moving back to the Yampa as peak flows decline. So together, the in-stream flow recommendation will support comprehensive native fish reproduction and survival. So as always, we thank your staff for their work, and we urge you to declare your intent to appropriate the proposed Milk Creek in-stream flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. As we open it up for comments from the board, let me just, I appreciated what Roy said, but I'd like to hear it from you, Rob. I guess as a manager of a conservancy district, I was a little interested in North Fork Conservancy District's letter, talking about being able to work with them. It seems like some of their concerns are negotiable, and it doesn't seem like it's a hard stop. Can you speak a little bit to that, to their letter and some of their concerns of the erroneous flows and impacts of those measurements?
Sure. I guess to start off with, we worked together with the Colorado River District to develop some terms and conditions that were referenced in the North Fork Conservancy District's letter. And I think almost all the terms and conditions that they listed, we are more than willing to agree to include in any kind of final action that the board can approve to put forward in our decree, if such one is granted. And as for the erroneous flows, I guess we'd say that part of the reason it's taken so long for the analysis of these two water rights is that we went through a couple of different iterations of analysis, and they both rely on the stream gauge that we installed on West Muddy Creek, which we think has a pretty good range of flows from dry to wet in the 4 years that we had it. But our first analysis was using that 4 years and correlating it to the gauge at just above Payoneer Reservoir, which has a really long history. It has, 60 some odd years of record on that gauge. And we used a period of record from 2002 into the current day, and that showed that there's even more water available than the analysis that we're using now. And so when we heard the concerns from the stakeholders, we decided to go with just the stream flow measurements as they were occurring on West Muddy Creek, which provides a lower water availability, and to further kind of meet the concerns of that July and August timeframe where they expressed concern about low flows, we decided to move the flow rates back an entire month, so more into that peak flow period.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just want to make sure we're always just trying to be receptive and good partners, which I don't doubt you're doing, but question. Director McClellan.
Well, you saw the letter from North Fork and Ragged Mountain in the packet, and Rob flashed on the screen the terms and conditions they proposed. They effectively address all those concerns, because I've had conversations with Rob about it, and I'm confident that they've addressed all those issues with those folks in the North Fork. And by the way, I want to compliment them on all the hard work they did to get there. It took many meetings.
We're always willing to meet, so.
Thank you, Director McCall. I appreciate that. Does anybody else have any other questions? Director Vasquez.
I just want to thank you and Roy and Laura for your detailed comments. It's been very helpful to the board, I think, for consideration of 5C, and I'd like to move that we approve item 5C.
Okay, we have a motion to approve our staff recommendation for agenda item 5C. Is there a second?
Second.
Director House, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Rob.
Thanks. And once again, I apologize for any bug nightmares that may occur. So.
Oh, good. Okay. Lisa.
Got it. Thank you and good morning, everyone. For the record, I'm Lisa Bright-Unger with the CWCB in the Stream and Lake Protection section. This is item 6A, a request for approval for a water conservation program for Larimer County on Box Elder Creek in Water Division 1. I'll start off by saying action is required on this item. Larimer County owns decreed water rights on Box Elder Creek, which is tributary to the Ketch Lapooter in the county's Red Mountain open space in Water Division 1. They have been working with the Colorado Water Trust to explore water rights options that align with their conservation goal of restoring stream connectivity and native vegetation in and along Box Elder Creek. The Colorado Water Trust, on behalf of Larimer County, has submitted an application to the board requesting approval for the water conservation program. Here's a map to give you an idea of where Box Elder Creek is located. On the left side is the general vicinity of northern Colorado, and the area we are talking about is approximately 30 miles northwest of Fort Collins. It is not far from the border with Wyoming. Larimer County owns this Red Mountain open space outlined in green. And on the right side, you can see Box Elder Creek as the red line that runs through the Red Mountain open space. The red line is also the reach of the existing in-stream flow on Box Elder Creek. You can see where Larimer County's Sturtevant ditches are located on Box Elder Creek on the lower section of the in-stream flow. Box Elder Creek is tributary to the Ketchlapooter and then the South Platte River. What is a conservation program? Sometimes referred to as a WCP. It provides a water user with a decreed water right the ability to stop or reduce decreed water diversions and leave their water in a stream while it is protected from both abandonment and a reduction in historical consumptive use. Water left in the stream under a WCP is not administratively protected from diversion like it is for an in-stream flow, but it could add water in the same reach as in an existing in-stream flow to help improve flow rates. I guess I missed that. Here are a few concepts to understand about a water conservation program. While water conservation programs are not necessarily part of the CWCB's in-stream flow program, the board is a qualified state agency with the authorization to approve a WCP. Decreed water left in the stream cannot be protected as a water right in the priority system, but the historical consumptive use will not be reduced for the time period it is being used as a water conservation program, nor will it be considered for abandonment. A WCP is temporary and can be used for 5 years out of a 10-year period. The board has approved a water conservation program once before. In 2019, the board approved a water conservation program in Division 4 on the San Miguel River. The Nature Conservancy partnered with Silver Hawk Ranch to test a split-season irrigation fallowing arrangement by utilizing a water conservation program. The water conservation program was requested for 1 year, was approved, and operated successfully for 1 year. And here are the details for the proposed water conservation program for Larimer County. Larimer has been leasing their Sturtevant Ditch number 1 and 2 water rights to a rancher who irrigates approximately 81 acres to grow hay in Larimer's Red Mountain open space. The Sturtevant Ditches number 1 and 2 are the diversion structures on Box Elder Creek that would cease diverting water for the water conservation program. The decreed rate for both ditches combined is a total of 21 cubic feet per second. This year, Larimer is proposing a split-season irrigation fallow schedule where ranch operations will continue historic irrigation through July when stream flow is typically plentiful. Starting in August, the ranch will cease diverting Larimer's decreed water rights through the end of the 2025 irrigation season. After 2025, Larimer will no longer lease the water rights to the ranch, allowing for the decreed water rights to be utilized solely as flow restoration for up to 4 years of use under the water conservation program. Benefits of Larimer's proposed water conservation program. The amount of water estimated to be conserved per year is 196 acre-feet of diversion. Box Elder Creek within the Red Mountain open space is a Colorado Natural Heritage Program B2 biodiversity ranked riparian system. The biodiversity significance designation is due to rare plant communities throughout the property. Besides requesting approval of the WCP, Larimer County's ultimate intent is to dedicate their Sturtevant water rights to the CWCB's in-stream flow program. The WCP will allow time to work through this acquisition process and potentially for the water court process to add in-stream flow use as a decreed use to the Sturtevant water rights. And more benefits. The CWCB has an existing in-stream flow water right for almost a 5-mile reach on Box Elder Creek. Water flow will remain in the creek from the Sturtevant Ditch 1 and 2 until the lower terminus of the Box Elder Creek in-stream flow reach, because there are no downstream diversions on that in-stream flow reach. It is spring break this week in Larimer County, so they're not able to be here in person, but they sent a letter of support for the water conservation program. The letter states that the irrigated field breaks the connectivity for over 1 mile of Box Elder Creek. Larimer County is currently developing restoration plans for this 1-mile reach of Box Elder Creek and the associated uplands to improve ecological function and connectivity within the heart of this conserved landscape. And the best part of this presentation is that no funding is required from the board for this program. The staff's recommendation is to approve the water conservation program for Larimer County for the 10-year period. And as stated in the board memo, it is pursuant to the Colorado Revised Statutes 3792-305 and 3792-103. Before I answer any questions, I would like to thank the Colorado Water Trust staff for managing this project, and especially Josh Boisving, who is here to help answer questions with me. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. We're on a time constraint, so we'll be super brief. It'll take some comments from the board first, if that's okay, Josh. So Director Phil.
I'm curious with this program, if you're gonna cease the diversions, it seems like that would sort of change the water rights regime on this creek and in the river downstream. In part because by leaving that water in the stream, someone's gonna get water who didn't previously. And then I didn't see any provision for delayed return flows that would historically accrue from the irrigated pastures and maybe sustain other water rights longer into the season. So I was just curious if that is getting addressed or if the legislation allows you to just void that.
Sort of that. It's not required to do that analysis for a water conservation program, but we will be doing an engineering analysis for the return flows when we go, when Larimer County starts to do their process for asking for an acquisition. So eventually we will be doing that, but it isn't required for the water conservation program.
Any other questions? Josh, do you have anything quickly that would change any of the discussion?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, I would accept a motion for staff recommendation on agenda item 6A.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Nguyen with the motion. Is there a second? Director Vasquez, thank you for the second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, John. We'll go to 6B.
Okay, that's me again. So for the record, I'm Lisa Bright-Unger. I'm with the CWCB in the Stream and Lake Protection section. This is agenda item 6B. It's a proposed water use agreement with Garfield County to lease Rudeye Reservoir water for in-stream flow use on the 15-mile reach in Water Division 5. I'll start off this time by saying no formal action is required on this item at this meeting. A little background about the agreements with Garfield County. Beginning in 2020, the CWCB entered into a water use agreement with Garfield County for water stored in Rudeye Reservoir to be released as in-stream flow use in the 15-mile reach on the Colorado River. The annual water lease was subsequently renewed in 2021 and 2022. In 2023, a 2-year lease agreement was signed for the use of up to 350 acre-feet per year. Today, we are requesting the board's consideration for a similar 2-year water use agreement. For this proposal, the acquisition is considered a short-term lease governed by a new water use agreement. The board's approval process for the water use agreement is the same as for a new acquisition. Shortly, I will have some slides explaining the board's procedures for an acquisition. The purpose of this lease is to supplement existing in-stream flow water rights to preserve and improve the natural environment within the 15-mile reach on the Colorado River, specifically to benefit critical fish habitat and to help meet flow targets identified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in support of the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. Here's a map to help you visualize all of this. Garfield County has water rights stored at Rudeye Reservoir, which they would like to lease to the CWCB to enhance flows in the 15-mile reach on the Colorado River. The 15-mile reach runs from near the town of Palisade to the confluence of the Gunnison River. The 15-mile reach is particularly vulnerable to very low flows because large amounts of water are withdrawn from the river above Palisade for agriculture and other Grand Valley uses. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service suggests minimum flow levels for the Colorado River Basin in support of the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. The 15-mile reach is important because it is part of the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. The program is working to recover 4 federally protected fish species found only in the Colorado River Basin, while allowing water development to proceed in accordance with federal and state laws, along with interstate compacts. Coordinated releases from reservoirs augment base flows to assist with the endangered fish recovery. The increased flows from the Rudeye Reservoir releases provide benefit to the critical fish habitat and extend the period in which U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's flow targets could be met. Some other benefits include Rudeye releases can also provide additional flexibility to operators of other western slope reservoirs that typically release water in late summer to benefit the 15-mile reach. The released water will be available to pass through both the Rudeye Reservoir hydropower plant and the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District's Vinelands hydropower plant on its way to the 15-mile reach. It also will boost rates for 2 CWCB in-stream flow water rights on the 15-mile reach. Here are the board procedures for a new acquisition. As also stated in your board memo, pursuant to 3792-1023 CRS and ISF Rule 6, they're similar to the same procedures that Director Riss spoke about for the Shoshone rights. The board will use a 2-board meeting process to review, consider public comment, and approve or reject the proposed 2-year water use agreement. The board's consideration of the proposed agreement at this meeting will initiate this process and begin a 20-day period in which any person may request the board to hold a hearing on the proposal. The initial presentation of this proposal provides an opportunity for the board and the public to identify questions or concerns that staff will address at this or a following meeting. Today's meeting also begins the 120-day evaluation period. The board will take action on the proposal at the May board meeting. Staff is currently working on a new water use agreement with Garfield County, which is expected to be similar to the one signed in 2023. It will state volume, rate, and timing of releases. It will also state benefits for hydropower use, coordination with reservoir operations, and payment procedures. Staff will provide the draft 2025-26 water use agreement prior to the board's May meeting. The cost to complete the transaction will be determined by Garfield County. Staff recommends that the Species Conservation Trust Fund be used to pay for the lease since it has available funds. What's next? Staff received a letter of support for this agreement from Western Resources Advocates. The letter of support will be included in the May board memo. At the second board meeting in May, Garfield County's water use agreement will be on the agenda as an item that will need action for a decision on the agreement and the funds for the first year. And that's it. Any questions?
Lisa, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Director Phil.
I wasn't clear from the materials in the presentation. Is there an actual ability to steward that water or shepherd that water, I mean, all the way to the 15-mile reach? Or are we just adding to the flow and assuming that some of it will get there?
I think, Rob, I think it's, well, you can.
It will be shepherded to the point of the beginning of the 15-mile reach.
You will,
So
okay.
that water will be available in the 15-mile reach.
Oh, thank you, Rob.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. This is not an action item, you said, right? So information only at this point. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it so much. So here we are at lunch. Let's go. I think we're close enough. If it's right, we'll try to start about 12:50. Resume, shorten lunch just a little bit. So thank you. We'll adjourn for a little bit.
Recording stopped.
cut off one of our people to Josh, right? Is he still here? Anyway, so Becky reprimanded me appropriately, but now we better stay on time since that was the reason to do it. So Colin, we'll get to you on agenda item 7, man.
All right.
Recording in progress.
So I have Colin Watson, CWCB staff in stream flow section. I have back-to-back agenda items, and they're kind of, I don't know, for our new board members, they're just a little, for the first time they're presented, a little interesting to wrap your head around. So I'm requesting authorization from the board to proceed to trial in 2 of these agenda items. The difference between the two, as they're on the agenda, would be item 7 is a case where CWCB filed a statement of opposition to protect our in-stream flow water rights, and we have not yet reached a stipulation. That would be this general agenda item. So that has kind of been, pursuant to in-stream flow rule 8J, something we've been doing through the years. We need to ask the board to proceed to trial, participate at trial, protect our water rights. In contrast to that, agenda item 8 is a opposition case where CWCB has settled, and we are requesting authorization to go to trial for the rare occurrence where we have to participate at trial to protect our stipulation. And by rare occurrence, I should say this has happened once, ever, and after it happened years ago, before I started with the board, I think we decided that it was a good idea to get coverage on that, just in case it happened again. So that's the difference between agenda item 7, where we haven't yet stipulated, and 8, where we have. But spoiler alert, since we filled out the board memos, we actually have stipulated in agenda item 7. So we have reached stipulation in both of these agenda items. And because of that, there's a slight update at the end of agenda item 7 to the staff recommendation. So this is Montava, the agenda item 7, formerly known as HF2M. It's a Division 1 case. It's set for trial pretty soon here, I think April 21st, although there has been some motion practice and responses to motions, and I think the judge has issued some orders, so maybe that trial date could change. There are a considerable number of opposers that are still active in this case. There's a lot going on in it, but CWCB was willing to, or able to reach a stipulation and protect our in-stream flows, so that was a good thing for us, I think. It's set for 15-day trial right around the corner here at the courthouse. And like I said, a fair amount of participation will occur in this trial, it seems. It was a change of water rights for the water supply and storage company, and some groundwater rights, augmentation plan, so on and so forth for a development kind of in the vicinity of the Budweiser Brewery area here out in East Larimer County. And as I said, there are still opposers that haven't settled. And as of now, it's kind of heading to trial next month, but that might change. And are there any questions on this one?
Any questions for Colin on agenda item 7? Okay, if not, are you
Great.
ready for us to take a motion then?
Sure, and as I mentioned before, this staff recommendation has been revised from your board packet to reflect the fact that we are now a stipulated party in this case.
Okay, so we would be accepting a motion to accept the revised staff recommendation on agenda item 7A. Is there a motion? Oh yeah, Director Felt, please.
Just quick question then. So these both we have a stipulation, but you're going in, you want authorization to defend the stipulation?
That's correct.
Okay.
In the rare situation where I believe in the one case where this did occur, it involved another opposer
Yeah,
somehow bringing us into trial.
got it. I didn't realize that the number 7 was still on as a potential trial.
Yeah,
Okay.
rather than kind of change it all around, I figured I would just describe to the board that we have stipulated in it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Director Phil. Are there any other questions? Sir? So entertain a motion. Director Vasquez, thank you. You have a second, Director? All right, Director Johnson with second. All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you, Colin. Go to agenda item 8.
Sure, thank you. And moving on to agenda item 8. For the record, Colin Watson, CWCB staff. This is a request for authorization to proceed to trial in a stipulated opposition case. Actually, the tenses of this one's a little complicated. 1 trial, 2 cases. They're interrelated. 2 entities, Upper Eagle and Eagle River Water and Sanitation District. Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority. That's a mouthful. We stipulated a while back for both of these cases, back in March of 2024. And we are, again, preparing for the rare situation where we need to proceed to trial to defend our stipulation in this case. I believe that there is maybe 1 party left in this case. I'm not sure what the status is of that party, but as of now, it is set for trial April 14th. I believe it's a 10-day trial. And generally the 3029 case involved an application for Bolts Lake, maybe you've heard of it, and the associated exchange plan to get water into Bolts Lake. And the other case, 3030, involved Battle Mountain Development. Maybe, I think it's called Battle North now. And kind of the change of plans for that development that I think a lot of people in the Colorado River Division 5 area have heard of that development for a long time. And I think there's some change of plans as to who might provide them water. And so it was an augmentation plan to reflect that. Yeah, as I said, I think it's maybe 1 opposer representing 2 parties, but that's what's going on with that. Also some motion practice, but still set for trial as of now. Any questions on those 2 cases?
Any questions on agenda item 8? Hey, if not, do you have staff recommendation on that one?
Yes, and this one matches the board memo. So this is staff recommendation for item 8.
Okay, entertain a motion for staff recommendation on agenda item 8A.
So moved.
Thank you, Director McLeod. Is there a second? Thank you, Director Ha. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you, Colin.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
That. All right, here we go. Haley White, CWCB staff, good afternoon. This is a request for authorization to initiate formal rulemaking. We're revising in stream flow rules to implement just Section 2 of Senate Bill 24197. So I presented the general informal rulemaking request back in November of 2024. So not much has changed since then, although we've had a couple of stakeholder meetings and now we're ready to proceed with formal rulemaking. So we just need to amend Rule 6K. They're codified, the rules are codified at 2 CCR 4082, implementing that Section 2, which is adding a new
subsection to 3783-105, subsection 1C. I'll explain that in a minute. So the full Senate bill was to implement proposals of the Colorado River Drought Task Force. This little snippet that I have on the screen here is all of section 2. The bill was like 5 pages long, but this is only that one, basically that one paragraph. So the new law allows our existing temporary loans of water for in-stream flow use. However, the difference here is that it allows stored water to be used in a stream reach where we don't already have an in-stream flow water right. So that's the new part. So the existing law allows this administrative DWR approval. This is not a water court approval process. This is a DWR administrative approval process for these temporary loans. The existing law allows stored water or direct flow water to the CWCB for in-stream flow use within reaches of stream where we already hold an in-stream flow water right. The existing law allows water to be used in expedited loans where you can use it 1 year out of, I call it the 1-in-1. You can only use it for 1 year, or the renewable loans for 5 years out of a 10-year period to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. When you see NERD, that's natural environment to a reasonable degree, otherwise known as the NERD, at rates in excess of the decreed rates. So we already have existing rules that direct CWCB's procedure for evaluating these loans, for noticing, for evaluation, for requesting DWR approval, for making findings and accepting these loans. So here's the new piece, the new law. It just adds the ability to accept those loans, either the expedited or the renewable sort, stored water only in reaches where we do not have an existing decreed in-stream flow. We're using the existing procedures to make the findings on flow rates, the time periods, the reaches of stream, including requesting a biological analysis from Colorado Parks and Wildlife and other evidence that may be presented. So we're relying on the existing rules. And this new law does require us to promulgate rules as needed to implement the new law. So that's specifically written into the statute, which is what we're doing now. The rulemaking process. So back in 2021 was the last time we promulgated new rules, and that was to implement changes in the same statute, 3783-105, but subsection 2, changing the temporary loans, allowing instead of just a 3-year and a 10-year period of use to allow 5 years in a 10-year period of use with renewables. So it was renewable for 2 more years. That's what we did in 2021. Now for this 2025 rulemaking, we did the informal rulemaking. We started in November. We had 2 stakeholder meetings, one virtual in December and one in person at Water Congress in January. So now we're ready to initiate the formal rulemaking. And then we have to hold a rulemaking hearing, which we anticipate would be in July. And then the rules would be effective 20 days after the publication of the final rules. So potentially August or September, we could start actually using this new law. So quick history of this section. So Article 3783 is about exchanges of water. This, I think, was before the 69 Act, gave DWR authority to approve leases and exchanges. Now 3783-105, the basic section for this, added, let's see, 105-1A, which was just ag to ag loans. Had nothing to do with in-stream flow. But in response to the 2002 drought in 2003, the General Assembly added the ability to have temporary loans to go back to the streams, to try to keep those streams flowing. Added that 3-year and a 10-year process. So we did a rulemaking. Actually, we didn't implement that until 2009. So we did a rulemaking in 2009 to implement that. And that is in subsection, so you'll see 105A going back up to the ag to ag. That was 105A. In 2009, we had 105-1B, which was in-stream flow use. The piece that we're adding now down at the bottom of the screen is 105C, which is a new subsection just allowing the stored water where we don't have an in-stream flow. Our rules, the in-stream flow rules, 6 in general is about acquisitions of water rights for in-stream flow use. A is specifically for the temporary acquisitions. And so rule 6, our general acquisitions, and sorry, I know we've had a few different ones before you today. So our long-term and permanent acquisitions occurred pursuant to a different statute. That's our 3792-102. That's our general in-stream flow CWCB statute. Those actually require water court judicial approval. So when you go over to 3783, Article 83, Section 105, it's more of a DWR administrative approval process. These don't go to court. These go to CWCB and then they go to DWR. K governs our process for these temporary loans. So CWCB process for accepting temporary loans. And in there we have additional notices. We have a long public comment period to actually approve those. Then it goes to Division of Water Resources and an application. And they have their own procedure that's covered by statute. Of course, not in our rules because we're CWCB rules. Let's see, and Rule 6M still governs our public involvement process. We're not touching that one with this rulemaking. Details, the rules that we're actually changing is in Rule 6K, we're adding our authority to accept the loans pursuant to that new subsection 105-1C, which is stored water where we don't have an in-stream flow. Then Division of Water Resources has helped us with articulating what they need to review these. They prefer us to submit documentation to include an analysis of the historical releases from the reservoir of that loaned water right for its decreed beneficial use. So we'll make sure that information goes to Division of Water Resources for their part of the process. Process for the board to make findings, because this is a reach where we don't have an existing in-stream flow. So we have to do a biological review. We have to pick the time period, the reaches, and the flow rates where this released water will be used. And finally, we add the restrictions on the use that this water, we cannot extend beyond the flow rate, timing, location that's decided, that this board decides is appropriate. I'm on to staff recommendation. We could walk through the red lines of the rules so that the actual red lines are in your board packet and they have not changed much at all since November. We had the 2 stakeholder meetings. There was a little bit of wordsmithing, the DWR requirement to add an analysis of those historical reservoir releases. The wording was changed a bit. There wasn't many changes, and it's all in your packet. Staff recommendation only slightly different from the board memo in that now we have the hearing officer's name. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. That we'd like the board to authorize staff to coordinate with the AG's office to initiate formal rulemaking. Our first step in that is to publish the draft notice in the Colorado Register, which we hope to do in the next few days. So formal rulemaking process for revisions to the rules that would address the requirements of Senate Bill 24-197. The formal rulemaking process will include a hearing, and I think we're targeting July of 2025 during the board meeting in Salida. We're thinking it would be about a 2-hour, depending on how many parties we get in to request party status. And finally, we need to designate counsel from the Attorney General's office, which would be Jackie Calicchio as a hearing officer, and she would oversee all the procedural matters. Are there any questions or do you need clarification about this?
Any questions for Katie? Yes, Director Wind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question on your previous slide, the second bullet. Upon the review by DWR as to historical use of the stored water, is there public comment period provided for reaction to DWR's analysis?
Yes, so we have a 2 board meeting process here to even before, and that has a public comment period before we even send it. We and the applicant will send it to Division of Water Resources for their analysis. I think they have another 60-day review process for the renewable loans. The expedited loans are a little bit quicker. So then they'll have another public notice and comment period before the approval. So these will take, 4 months minimum. 6 months is really 6 months to 8 months is how long these take to go through all the public review process. So there's 2 public review processes. There's one here, 2 board meeting, and then Division of Water Resources, another 60 days.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so I'd entertain a motion for staff recommendation on agenda item 9.
Thank you. I'll move staff recommendation.
Thank you, Director Haas. Is there a second? Anyone? Director McLeod, thank you. All right. Any other discussion? Yes, please, Director Phil.
I don't know, it's sort of a funny question to me in a way, but the legislature said we had to do this, right? But we also have to vote whether we want to do it. Is that right?
It sounds right.
Yeah.
I guess it's whether or not you want to do it in this way. I don't know what the other options are, but
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
we have to do it if we want to use the law.
All right. All right. Yeah, we have a motion and a second and an impetus to do it, I guess. So, okay, so all in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna switch up agenda item 10 and 11. Kevin Hauk is en route and is not in a place where he can pop on video. So we're gonna have Jenna Batson go first, and then we'll hear the spring drought and flood update. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jenna.
Good afternoon, Kat Weissmiller, CWCB staff for the record. This is agenda item 11, Transformative Landscape Change Action Updates. This is an informational item with no board action required. Today, we're presenting 3 separate efforts that are all part of CWCB's work to promote transformative landscape change. We'll present the topics in the reverse order from the board memo that you received in order to allow some more time to elaborate on our State of the Science report, which Jenna is passing out now and which has been several months in the making. First, we'll talk about the Transformative Landscape Change Challenge. Second, we'll talk about the Do-It-Yourself or DIY Landscape Transformation Guide. And finally, we'll share highlights from the State of the Science report on landscape transformation. The QR code on this slide takes you to Engage CWCB, where all of the recent transformative landscape change initiatives are housed. And it's the same link that will be sent to you following today's meeting to read more and to check out these reports yourselves. These three initiatives are all components of the Department of Natural Resources WIGs, which are wildly important goals. These are high priority policy initiatives that are closely tracked. You can find them on our website. They take place over the course of the fiscal year, and the deadline for WIG completion is June 30th, 2025. So in addition to these being related to the water plan, they're also DNR priorities as well. These three items are implementing 15 transformative landscape change local projects, developing and publishing a free do-it-yourself guide for turf removal, and developing and publishing a turf replacement report that summarizes concerns, water savings potential, and the state of the science. We'll start off with the Transformative Landscape Change Challenge. This CWCB funded program is a wildly important goal and came out of the turf replacement grant funding from 2022. This challenge was introduced to the board in January of 2023 to meet the obligation to contract with third parties to set up for new turf replacement programs. And after a successful pilot program of the TLC challenge in 2023, CWCB leveraged the remaining funds from the 2022 legislation that didn't go out for grants to an additional TLC challenge round in 2024. From that, CWCB partnered with Resource Central to administer and promote a program that would encourage communities to adopt water-wise landscaping. The program transforms publicly owned and highly visible spaces by replacing up to 2,500 square feet of turf with low-maintenance perennial plants that require less irrigation. In late summer 2024, Resource Central converted 8 properties, shown here on the map. Applications for the spring and early summer closed on February 28th of this year, and the successful applications will advance with Resource Central. CWCB has been in very close contact with Resource Central and expects full turf removal and project implementation for the additional 7 properties to be completed by June 15th of this year. Next is the DIY Landscape Transformation Guide. Again, this is a wildly important goal and a component of completing Agency Action 1.7 of the Water Plan. Some of you may recall that in 2023, we had an urban landscape conservation task force, and out of that came recommendations, and one was to develop a step-by-step guide to implement best practices for turf installation and removal that could serve as a communication tool and improve knowledge and accessibility to creating and managing lower water use landscapes. The CWCB board has provided feedback over the last year about the potential cost burden on those trying to adopt water-wise landscapes, and we believe that this tool can help lower the cost by enabling residents to take a more DIY, hands-on approach to landscape transformation. The DIY guide was a collaborative effort with Denver Water and Resource Central, supported by Brown and Caldwell. It included stakeholder and subject matter expert feedback and a review process that helped refine the guide. The Colorado State Forest Service was also involved, and they provided helpful feedback about how to best avoid damaging tree canopies, which is a topic we've heard a lot about, when removing and installing vegetation and shifting irrigation practices. The end product is a publicly available and free resource for those interested in learning about water-wise landscaping and implementing their projects. The guide can be adopted locally by utilities, communities, and nonprofit organizations. And we included the logos for the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council, the Colorado State University Extension, the City of Grand Junction, Denver Parks and Rec, and Colorado Springs Utilities that already plan to adopt the guide. We look forward to more entities taking advantage of this resource. And this guide is available on the CWCB's Engage page. The final initiative that I'm really excited to share today is the State of the Science report on landscape transformation. Again, this is a wildly important goal and the final component of Agency Action 1.7, which is one of our completed actions. The water plan tasks CWCB with identifying turf replacement options that align with Colorado's climate and can help reduce outdoor municipal water use. This effort includes researching and supporting best practices for turf replacement, exploring alternative methods to promote change, and addressing fundamental irrigation issues to help shift Colorado's landscapes and reduce water use while maintaining resilient, livable, and aesthetically pleasing landscapes. The State of the Science report was informed by many components that we want to highlight. When scoping and crafting the report, CWCB staff returned to the recordings of board meetings over the last few years since January of 2023. The report addresses questions and points that the CWCB board has raised over those meetings, which allowed CWCB staff to provide some more context in today's presentation and in the report to answer questions. The highlights we share today will address and point to where this information is located in the report. The 2023 Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force provided further direction for research in the report, and CWCB is also considering that year-long effort and final report as part of the completion of Agency Action 1.7. The analysis uses preliminary data and lessons learned from the Turf Replacement Grant Program, which was launched in 2023. CWCB developed initial takeaways from that program, noting that this field is evolving and the data is continually being refined. CWCB staff participated in discussions, learned from expert presentations, and engaged countless stakeholders to better understand the complex aspects of landscape transformation. Staff also researched, analyzed, and incorporated lessons learned from the work in Colorado and in other states. CWCB also wants to take this opportunity to thank subject matter experts who contributed to this report in countless ways, including supporting reports that we contracted and used in this report. The reports provided valuable integrated and standalone information, both within the main report and separately. They can be found on Engage CWCB. In summary, while this report was led by CWCB staff, it was truly developed through intentional collaboration. We've actively sought and responded to feedback to ensure a balanced analysis, acknowledging diverse perspectives and the idea that many things can be true at the same time. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jenna.
Jenna Batson, CWCB staff for the record. For those of you that I have not had the pleasure of meeting yet, I am the Outdoor Water Conservation Coordinator in the Water Supply Planning section. And alongside advancing these initiatives, I manage the Turf Replacement Grant Program. So since this report is lengthy, we won't be able to cover all of the details today, but as Kat said, we wanted to address the questions that have been raised by the CWCB board, which I will reference on each of these slides. So first, we heard feedback about vegetation requirements and ecosystem benefits outside of water use reductions. We took a really holistic and systems thinking approach to this report, which means we broadened our scope outside of just looking at water savings and demand reductions from landscape change. We assessed potential positive and negative impacts as interconnected and part of a wider dynamic system. Though these efforts are designed to reduce outdoor municipal water demand, CWCB also wants to avoid creating unnecessary and adverse environmental and health impacts. The report intentionally conveys that living landscapes are vital to thriving communities and provide additional environmental benefits such as cooling capabilities, mitigating the effects of urban heat, healthy tree canopies, pollinator habitats, and stormwater management, including runoff reduction and water infiltration. Non or minimally vegetated landscapes can most certainly reduce water use, but those areas will not serve soil health, pollinator habitats, mitigate the impacts of stormwater runoff, or help cool the surrounding areas. What we put in the ground and how we maintain it matters, and we're very clear about that in the report. The report references and links a contracted report by Right Water Engineers to provide more insight into the potential impacts of widespread landscape transformation. The report also recognized that accessible green spaces are not equitably distributed across Colorado, which may mean increasing irrigation in some areas is necessary to help spread the green, which is essentially spreading the ecosystem services of living landscapes. So this analysis recognizes that while CWCB is rightfully interested in reducing water demand, it is not the sole factor to consider. So as a result, CWCB staff feels comfortable advocating for broadening this coalition of entities and groups to help responsibly advance, support, and fund community landscape transformation efforts. In other words, if these efforts are not solely about water use reduction, these initiatives cannot reasonably be advanced solely by entities working in water. The CWCB board brought up the idea of forever water savings, which we want to address by highlighting the vital needs to address irrigation practices and applications and ongoing maintenance of these landscapes, rather than just focusing on a single act of swapping out vegetation types. Transforming landscapes involves more than just replacing plants. It requires upkeep and observation to ensure efficient water use. This applies to all landscapes, not just those being replaced with low water use plant varieties. We can become more efficient across all landscapes and emphasize in the report the importance of actionable irrigation audits and illustrate how to improve water efficiency regardless of the landscape type. So this photo, which is in the report, is a prime example of why irrigation efficiency and monitoring are so vital to these efforts. This is a water-wise garden, but because of that non-functional irrigation system sending water into the street, the water use is still not efficient. A plant alone does not determine if it's water-wise. Adjusting the irrigation rate to meet the lower watering requirements of a plant is fundamental to reducing water use. Outdoor irrigation systems, unlike indoor fixtures, are exposed to the elements. They can easily malfunction, become non-functional, and become inefficient. These issues can go unnoticed because people's relationships with their indoor water is vastly different than their relationship with the outdoor water use. So for example, if your shower head is spraying like this irrigation system is, you address it because you see it and it impacts your daily life and it's an inconvenience. But this is not always the case with outdoor water use, which can lead to an inefficient use of this resource. So while water savings and use reductions from these efforts can certainly accrue annually and investments can build more resilient landscapes requiring less irrigation, they can only be forever savings with ongoing maintenance and proper management to ensure that the intended water use reductions are continuous. In other words, reducing municipal irrigation demand is not a single-step solution that produces permanent results. Monitoring water use reduction is crucial because we can't conserve what we don't track and what we don't measure. The board has asked questions about general water savings from these efforts. This is a very reasonable question, especially when considering the opportunity cost of funding some projects and programs at the expense of not being able to fund other initiatives. We strive to be very transparent and straightforward about the water saving impacts. Where appropriate, we call for any water use reductions from programs or projects to be shared in acre feet rather than gallons so that these efforts are more readily comparable. This is also because if you aren't well versed in water volume metrics, hearing 1 million gallons saved sounds really big, but that equates to around 3 acre feet. That isn't nothing, but we want to ensure we're helping level set expectations rather than inflate them by how we communicate the impact. CWCB is aware that turf replacement is not the only municipal water use or water reduction tool, nor is it a quick and easy magical water saving solution, and we want to convey that to the public as well. However, it is a visual representation of water conservation, which can have a positive impact on behavioral change and redefine the relationship we have with water use. The reality is the impact of water consumption from these efforts may take several years to analyze as data is collected. We do have some preliminary data we're working with from the turf replacement grant program, but the short answer on water savings, unfortunately, is it still depends. This can be more complicated than other efficiency improvement tactics because the water savings depend on the specific site and the project. So for example, when you remove and replace a higher water use toilet with a more efficient version, the water use reduction is reasonably expected because you know the gallons per flush before and after the change. When you convert a landscape, the water use reductions will not be immediately apparent during the establishment period, and the amount of water irrigating the previous landscape influences potential savings, as does the new application rate, the vegetation type, proper management, efficient irrigation, and ongoing maintenance. So changing a landscape to be more efficient is inherently complex with multiple drivers and as a result, less predictable and reliable. This graphic demonstrates that water savings depend on how much water is applied to the landscape. So if landscapes are irrigated to the recommended amount and that the vegetation needs, the water savings in Las Vegas, as you can see, will be inherently higher than in Colorado, simply because more irrigation is needed to maintain those landscapes. Of course, if a landscape in Colorado receives more than the necessary irrigation amount, that property is a prime candidate to target and maximize the water savings from a single effort. This can be accomplished through, of course, turf replacement, but also just irrigation efficiency improvements, pricing signals like water rates, water budgets, irrigation restrictions, or landscape codes. In this report, we advocate for improving the ability to monitor outdoor municipal water use and promote analyzing where turf replacement or other efficiency tools can be applied to reduce the maximum amount of water. A contracted report with Water DM partially informs a section of this report which looks at the highest water users across sectors and communities in Colorado to help understand where the biggest impact can occur. This, of course, depends on the community, and there is not a one-size-fits-all approach to this. The CWCB board has also raised questions and provided comments about the cost and comparative return on investment. The price of turf conversion varies and is dependent on many factors, including what's included in the cost that's presented. So, for example, a flat rebate amount doesn't reflect the entire program amount. If a grant application shows $2 per square foot for a rebate as their cost, this is just the rebate and doesn't include things like program development, tracking tools, management, any marketing or public outreach efforts, customer support, monitoring, assessment, et cetera. So it also does not account for the supplemental cost of a property owner will take on, as the conversion costs typically exceed the rebate program amount. So when you see this program costs $2 per square foot, that's just part of the story. It's not all there. And also similar to other water projects, costs will inevitably differ based on regional prices for removal and replacement material, labor costs, the extent of irrigation upgrades, how much of the project cost the award recipient is taking on, and all the other components that go into a landscape transformation. To complicate the cost-benefit analysis even further, some benefits are more qualitative and difficult to quantify, including a conservation program's impact on the community mindset. So programs like the Turf Replacement Grant Program can produce positive externalities through community awareness and engagement, helping to establish and grow a conservation ethic and landscape replacement adoption without state or local funding. Turf replacement efforts are a visible representation of water conservation and something people that can really understand. These additional non-market benefits impact the return on investment of funding landscape transformation programs. In the report, we show that conservation efforts become more cost-effective over time based on the applications that the CWCB board reviewed at the January 2025 board meeting. So this table is also in the report and shows the cost per acre foot if the savings continue to accrue annually. I want to note that applicant A on this chart is an outlier cost because that represents an income-based program that covers the entire cost of turf replacement as well as the programmatic components without additional input from the benefiting property. This, of course, will mean the cost per acre foot is going to be higher than other programs. So when considering the medium cost of $262,000 and $500 per acre foot in the table, the cost per acre foot will decrease and the return on the one-time investment will become more favorable over time. The medium cost per acre foot over 5 years becomes $52,500. Over 10 years, the cost per acre foot becomes $26,250. We wanted to show this because typically these cost-benefit analyses select a specific time based on the present value of water, the current economic value assigned to a unit of water, which can undervalue conservation's potential ongoing benefits. As the climate warms, water scarcity increases, and vegetation requires more irrigation, the value of water would also be expected to increase, impacting the return on investment from reducing municipal outdoor water use. Of course, for some communities, the upfront costs may still be prohibitive, but we wanted to show that there is frequently this overlooked aspect of conservation benefit cost analysis. And if looking long-term, these investments can become increasingly valuable if maintained when compared to the changing cost of water. The board asked questions about if there was a way to increase the impact of the investment. This question from the board relates, of course, to the previous slides and the discussion on targeting the highest or most egregious water users to promote more readily achievable water savings. CWCB is looking at the technical maximum potential water savings from a previous exploratory turf analysis with BBC Research and Consulting, which used the best available data at the time and showed this number to be around 20,000 acre feet in annual savings. This term, technical maximum potential water savings, shows the upper bound estimates of how much feasible water can be conserved from removing and replacing 30% of non-functional turf with average expected water savings in Colorado. This does not mean that Colorado will achieve that number just due to the high price tag and limited funding, but it does show what we think is potentially possible. We also present the concept of the neighbor effect, which results from a landscape type becoming increasingly adopted as community norms start to shift. This concept can lead to passive savings, which essentially means achievable savings that does not require state or local investment. A Planetscape AI study shows the neighbor effect of the Metropolitan Water District in California for their turf replacement program, where 132 additional converted properties were found in the service area for every 100 rebate recipients. We do not have similar studies in Colorado at this time, but this is a promising finding that the status quo can shift over time as more properties adopt and display water-wise landscaping. As CWCB board asked questions about providing information and shareable lessons for smaller entities, we have gathered preliminary and ongoing insights from our interactions with project and program managers representing over 50 turf replacement grant program awarded entities. I am in touch with them all the time and hearing their feedback, hearing their lessons, and then I'm able to also share those with the other funding recipients so that we can start spreading the knowledge so not everybody has to start over, start with nothing in front of them. So the highlights included in this report really offer this general applicable guidance to any entities seeking funding for rebates or undertaking projects regardless of their size. We've heard that achieving widespread landscape change takes time and it requires resources, community buy-in, program adaptability, and management capacity. Turf initiatives are both conservation and communication tools that can promote more resilient landscapes and encourage a more water-wise ethic. Alternative demand reduction tools can help complement turf replacement efforts, so thinking about things like communication campaigns, water budgets, irrigation audits, and rate structures. These lessons, of course, will be ongoing as the program is just over 2 years old, but we think they will be helpful for local entities to consider as they move forward or consider turf replacement initiatives. Board also asked questions about continuing to monitor the state program. The CWCB funding recipients are all at different project stages, but the collected data through reporting requests will continue to improve. Reporting and data submission are still coming in, and CWCB is monitoring and making projections based on what is known. It's important to note that the additional information and data we have, which is also included in this report, is mostly estimate-based and findings can be refined over time. Information after landscape establishment will most certainly fluctuate some of this data. Ongoing lessons are shifting some local project scopes and components still within the parameters of the guidelines, but this is a really good thing because it means that these lessons learned are being applied in real time, which requires flexibility and also informed insight. CB Board has also asked questions about marketing and promoting turf initiatives. And this topic, of course, goes back to the strategy of increasing the impact of the overall efforts. We understand that a program is only as good as it is known. Shifting societal norms and behaviors around landscaping and water use is foundational to creating and increasing impact. Education and community engagement are key and should be consistent for maximum impact. In the report, we highlight initiatives like Denver Water's Use Only What You Need campaign that helped drive down municipal water use to serve as an example of what a robust and far-reaching marketing strategy can look like. We also recognize that turf initiatives don't have to occur in a vacuum. Other conservation tools can influence behavioral change and improve relationships with outdoor water use. These tools can be alongside or separate from turf initiatives and include mandatory irrigation schedules, excessive use charges, and water budgets. This report provides examples of what this can look like as inspiration. So those are the big insights that we have to share today. As a reminder, this is an informational item, so no board action is required. But just to conclude, CWCB considers Agency Action 1.7 of the Water Plan complete due to the previous release of the 2023 Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force report, the release of the DIY guide, and then the State of the Science reports. This doesn't mean that the work is done. We're still constantly learning new things, monitoring the turf replacement grant program, presenting what we know, and staying involved in ongoing conversations. And this might be a slight abuse of my allotted time, but I would be remiss if I didn't take advantage of the opportunity to thank everybody for being involved in all of these initiatives. It's been a big lift, and it just kept going, but we're here at the end now. So this includes CWCB leadership and staff, our contractors, the stakeholders, the collaborators, the turf replacement grant program funding recipients, and everybody who has been patient with me and my questions and follow-up, and generous with their ideas and insights throughout this whole process. Because they're in the room specifically, I want to thank Director Riss and Deputy Director Anna Moss for your support. Of course, Kat, for being incredibly encouraging, constructive, and thoughtful, and just integral through this whole process. Corinne Anderson for the design, edits, and logistical coordination, and for being patient with me when I learned something new and just wanted to add a few more things, even after pencils were down. Kevin Reedy, Sam Stein, Katie Wieben, Vivian Pinelli, and Jeff Rodriguez all played a role. And even though he isn't in the room for the final push and the finish line, I do want to acknowledge the spark, the work, and the support provided by Russ Sands. So all these efforts would not be possible without all of you. So thank you very sincerely. And finally, thank you board members for your time and feedback that helped inform these initiatives. We hope this presentation maybe sheds more light on this very complicated and continuing moving topic. But as you know, we're always here for questions and look forward to them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Kat. Any questions? Director McLeod.
Jenna, can you go back to your slide with the table that shows the cost per acre foot? I want to make sure I understand the math there.
Yeah.
So explain how the cost per acre foot declines over 5 years and 10 years. I think I understand the chart. Help me.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Director. Thank you for that. If these savings are maintained, so going into that sort of forever water savings idea, over 10 years, that investment decreases. So the column with the cost per acre foot was divided for the 5 years by 5, and then for the 10 years, that column is divided by 10. So it's just showing sort of the future impact of that savings, because you wouldn't be making the same investments in 5 years for the same water use reductions.
So that assumes that the initial removal of the turf will sustain over 5 and 10 years. Nothing will change.
That is assuming that, yes. So there is nuance in that with if, you're still irrigating, or we go back to that photo where there's the irrigation system spraying everywhere. Of course, those water savings wouldn't keep accruing until that issue is addressed, which is why in this report, we really lean on calling for monitoring these savings, not just working in hypothetical, but looking at what is the baseline use, how has it changed? Because that also gives people an opportunity to see, hey, our water use actually went up, something's wrong, something needs to be addressed. So yes, there can then be additional investments into those landscapes. So this is just as a whole.
We've been over this ground before, but if they change their mind to go back to irrigating, we don't get the money back, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
And there's an additional report that we included in this report, also from Planetscape AI, who we contracted with to do a pilot study of mapping just to see how much non-functional and functional turf there was in Denver County. And they have a report that looked into, not in Colorado, but at the Metropolitan Water District service area, how many properties actually converted back after receiving rebates. And it's less than 1% converted the full property back. And it was typically when a home was sold or changed hands and somebody, it's like when you move and they tell you to paint the walls white, they're like, put the grass back in. So we're seeing and finding that it's a much lower percentage, especially as these trends start to catch on a little bit more. But yes, you're correct. Somebody has full right to convert back to whatever they had before.
Yes, Director Johnson.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, great. Not a question. Just wanted to say back at you, cannot thank you enough. I mean, this is just wonderful work. Kat, Jenna, all staff who worked on this. Just on behalf of my organization, we've been truly excited to partner with you on the DIY guide and everything else. And just like there's a multiplier effect with some of the conservation projects, I feel like with this work, with these tools, it's just incredibly helpful, especially in a time when, federal, state, local level. Our budget is a little bit tighter for other reasons, primarily capital investment projects that we're involved in, but this is extremely helpful for us. So just wanted to say thank you again.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Lauren?
Thank you. And I just wanted to note as well that this report, the DIY guide, the 10 agricultural irrigation strategies document, the water plan update, and the water plan guide all came out of the same section of this agency. So they're basically turning into a publishing house, and it is a ton of work. And I feel like they're really beautifully designed and make us all look really well, really good. So just again, thank you guys. It's a big lift.
Thank you, Director. And thank you again to Corinne for all the design work. That's very helpful.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to go back to 10?
Yes, Kevin is.
Okay, Kevin is ready. Okay, we'll have Emily go and then we'll go. See how we're going back to 10.
Yeah.
Afternoon all. My name is Emily Adrid, CWCB staff for the record. Today, myself, along with Kevin Hauk, who is online, will be presenting agenda item 10, the spring 2025 drought and flood outlook. For new board members, this drought and flood outlook is an informational item only, and this presentation is given every March as this is a critical time in our snowpack accumulation season, which has implications for this season's stream flow and water supply. And first, I want to thank Anna and Viola for letting me submit these slides at the end of the day yesterday so I could provide the most up-to-date information for you all. So this is the agenda for today. We're going to take a look back at 2024, which will be helpful context for examining current conditions in water year 2025. Then we'll take a look at spring outlooks for flood and drought, and we will finish off with a plug for CWCB's climate and water workshops coming up in April. Okay, so starting off with a brief glance at last year, 2024 was the world's warmest year on record. This record starts in the year 1850. Global average temperatures were 2.3 degrees Fahrenheit above the late 20th century average. The image on the right from NOAA depicts temperature anomalies on Earth last year. The darkest red shades indicate areas that experienced their warmest year on record. Importantly, 2024 was also the US's warmest year on record. US average temperatures were 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit above the late 20th century average. If we zoom in on Colorado, 2024 was the fourth warmest year on record for our state, and this record starts in 1895. Again, the darkest shades on this map indicate areas in Colorado that experienced their warmest year on record. There are large dark red areas in the Eastern Plains, a couple bigger spots in Garfield and Mesa counties, and a few other record-breaking spots scattered throughout the state. Warming temperatures we've experienced last year and throughout the last several years and decades align with the findings from the Climate Change in Colorado report that was published last year. This report was made possible through this board's approval of SEV-Tax Ops funds, which the CWCB and our Colorado State University partners are very grateful for. I included this graph, which is included in the report, just to further emphasize the warming trend we're currently experiencing that is expected to continue into the future. The black line is observed temperatures in Colorado, and then the two darker red brownish lines are two medium emission scenario projections that go to the year 2100. So let's get into current conditions for this water year. This map shows a temperature departure from average since the start of the water year. These maps are released every month, so this data is from October through February. Generally, the majority of the state has been experiencing temperatures that are above average, especially in western Colorado and the San Luis Valley. There are some areas like in Gunnison County that have experienced below average temperatures this water year, but for the most part, I'd say we've been warmer than average for the water year. If we take a look at precipitation, I've included these two maps because I think they tell the story of the water year pretty well. The beginning of the water year was quite wet, while conditions have really dried out since the start of the calendar year. On the left, we have October through December 2024, which was a very wet season for the southeastern quadrant of the state. There was an almost record-breaking snowstorm in November of 2024 that accounts for a lot of this dark green shading that you see. On the right, we have the percent of average precipitation from January and February of this year, 2025. And as you can see, many parts of western and southwestern Colorado have dried out over the course of these 2 months. U.S. Drought Monitor, as of last Thursday, reflects the precipitation trends we've been seeing in our state as of late. This map indicates worsening drought conditions along the west slope, especially in southwestern Colorado. The D3 conditions have developed a few weeks ago in the Rio Grande Basin. And then we also have a little spot in northern Colorado of D3 conditions that have been hanging out in parts of Larimer and Weld counties for a few months now. And these maps are updated every week, so there's a new one that will be released tomorrow. This is the U.S. Drought Monitor's class change map, and I think this map also does a good job of telling the story of this water year up until this point, because we see that in green, drought conditions have improved along the east slope and even up into northwestern Colorado, while in southwestern Colorado, we can see that drought conditions have worsened since the start of the water year. This graph illustrates statewide snowpack up until this point in black, along with projections for how the rest of the water year snowpack might play out. We were tracking above the median up until about late December, when we first dipped below the median line, which is that solid green line, and we have remained below the median ever since. We got a nice bump there over the President's Day weekend snowstorm. And as of right now, we're tracking at about 92% of normal snowpack statewide. Which gives you a better idea of how this year's snowpack has been distributed across the major basins. There's a pretty clear split between the northern basins staying roughly around 100% of the median, while the southern basins have been experiencing well below normal snowpack this year. This pattern is typical for La Nina conditions, which is what we've been experiencing over the past couple of months. And La Nina is expected to persist in the near term. Of the major basins, we have the South Platte with the highest snowpack at 102% of the median, and the Upper Rio Grande with the lowest snowpack at 71% of the median. I wanted to include this image of snowpack across the western US because I think it gives you a better picture of what La Nina, of the La Nina pattern, with greater snowpack in the northwest part of this region and drier than normal conditions in the southwest. This year, as you can see in New Mexico and Arizona, it's been extremely dry, and it's a little bit difficult to see the Colorado border in this image, but we kind of sit in this transition zone where, again, our northern basins are experiencing relatively normal snowpack, and our southern basins are relatively below normal snowpack. So this is reservoir storage, and I think it brings a little bit of good news. Despite lacking snowpack in our southern basins, reservoir storage is looking pretty healthy in those basins, with both the Arkansas and the Upper Rio Grande above the median in terms of storage. All right, let's get into some outlooks. The two maps here provide more near-term outlooks in the 8 to 14-day range. The map on the left indicates high confidence of warmer than normal temperatures over the next couple of weeks. And precipitation on the right is expected to be near normal across the majority of our state. And I think the combination of these two conditions, especially with the higher confidence of above average temperatures, are likely to drive early snowmelt. These are seasonal outlooks, and they take a look at, or they project conditions for temperature and precipitation for March, April, May. One thing that I want to emphasize here is that the darker shading does not indicate the severity of the anomaly. Instead, the darker shading indicates the higher the confidence that the anomalies will occur. So when you see this big bullseye of drier than normal conditions on the map to the right, this does not indicate the severity of the drought, just that there is more confidence that this area will be drier than normal. So the seasonal outlooks indicate relatively strong confidence that all of Colorado will experience a drier than normal spring season, with even stronger confidence that southwestern Colorado will experience a warmer and drier than normal spring. Drought Monitor's seasonal drought outlook, which is valid for the March, April, May timeframe. The brown areas indicate where drought is at least D1 and is likely to persist for this period. The yellow, which I'll note covers the whole state, indicates areas where at least D1 drought development is likely. And again, this map doesn't project the severity of the drought, but again, the yellow does indicate areas where at least D1 is likely to develop over this time period. Takeaways. So 2024 was Earth's hottest year, and sweet conditions for this water year are near normal for northern basins and below normal for southern basins. Since the start of the water year, drought conditions have worsened along the west slope and improved along the east slope, and drought is expected to develop across the state over the course of the next few months. So before I turn it over to Kevin for the flood outlook, I just wanted to quickly plug the CWCB climate and water workshops. We're putting these on in accordance to Action 4.5 in the water plan. The workshops will serve as an opportunity for state and local partners to touch base and strategize on water and climate adaptation issues in Colorado. Our intended audience is water professionals like yourselves, along with professionals who work more in the climate resilience and adaptation space. The workshops will feature presentations from multiple state agencies. I think Lauren listed them earlier this morning. So we're excited to be working with them, and they'll be presenting on their own water and climate related resources and funding opportunities. Then participants will engage in an interactive tabletop exercise / simulation that is aimed to help reveal gaps that may exist in planning for water and climate resilience. The discussions and ideas that will come from these workshops will help inform a forthcoming climate impacts report that CWCB and CSU have been working on. And this report is in accordance with Action 4.8, and it will expand on the 2024 Climate Change in Colorado report, which I referenced early in my presentation, by examining observed impacts, exposures, and vulnerabilities that Colorado communities might face when responding to climate hazards. The climate impacts report has been funded through a couple of rounds of the board approved SEV tax ops funding and is scheduled to be published at the end of this year. So we're going to be doing 2 workshops. The first is on April 3rd at CSU Pueblo. The second one is on April 23rd in Grand Junction. They're both going to be 1 to 5, so they're half-day workshops. All of you on the board are invited to attend. You can use the QR code if you want to sign up. If you're interested in ABLE, we'd love to see you there. So I will turn it over to Kevin now for the flood outlook.
All right, Emily, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name's Kevin Hauk. I'm the chief of the Watershed and Flood Protection Section. And first off, I want to thank you for handling my circumstances right now. I can't remember the last year I was able to make a March meeting. It always coincides with spring break, and I'm never there in person. In the past, I've called from RVs and Airbnbs and state parks, and today I'm actually at my daughter's apartment in Grand Junction. So thank you for your patience for doing this item. Every year, it's always kind of hard how to frame flood outlook as we go into the flood season. This year is really no different. Floods are very difficult to predict in advance. We certainly cannot predict ahead of time the actual occurrence of a flood. What we can look at is the probabilities or likelihood and whether that's enhanced or decreased in any given season. And we look at a number of key indicators like how much snow is on the mountain right now. What is the soil moisture that the basins had as we went into the snow accumulation season? What is the climate signature looking like as far as El Nino or La Nina? And then to a lesser extent, but still something we look at every year, what is the tropical forecast for the year, which actually has not come out yet this year? All of those things kind of play into the different kinds of floodings that we experience within the state of Colorado. And I did a write-up on this in your board memo for this item, but just to kind of go through where things land this year. As Emily showed you a few minutes ago, snowpack is decent in the northern mountains. I wouldn't say it's good, but it's decent. It is not good in the southern mountains, and based on the climate forecast that you saw on Emily's slides, I don't expect that to get better for the remainder of the snow accumulation season. We're currently in kind of the fading months of La Nina. That either may extend a little bit into the summer or may move over to more of a neutral pattern. What looks unlikely, although certainly not impossible, is the formation of an El Nino scenario as we go into the summer. Typically, as far as the flood risk goes, we tend to consider El Nino type environments to be more conducive to summer flooding, especially east of the Continental Divide. Given that looks unlikely to occur, I would say that's not something that will lead to an increased risk of flooding this year. What is encouraging is that the soil moisture in the southern half of the state especially was really good going into these winter months, especially pairing that with the low snowpack that's currently being experienced there. That is an amazingly good thing as we look into the potential for wildfires and drought down there. If we didn't have the good soil moisture going into the season, I would have a big blinking red light over southern and southwest Colorado right now. But I think that will help things a little bit as we see how everything progresses. As I mentioned, the tropical forecast has not been issued for this year yet. It's something we look at because we can be subject to tropical remnants, especially as we get later in the season, around late August and into September. Many of you will probably remember the 2013 flood that occurred in September of 2013. And while that wasn't an official hurricane remnant, it had a tropical signature all over it. And it can just go to show how tropical environments can impact us here in Colorado, and we can get that from either the Pacific or the Atlantic basin. So all told, I'm going to say that we probably have a suppressed risk of flooding this year. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but I think it's going to be less than average. A couple things I do want to hit on, though. one of the biggest flood threats we have been facing in Colorado in recent years has, of course, been the post-wildfire flooding. So Chris, who I know is in the audience right now, and we have really become fire guys over the last 15 years or so, something that I didn't really have at the beginning of my career. I'm happy to say it's been a few years now since we've had a major fire season. The last one I think of extreme importance was in the fall of 2020, and you'll recall it was very late in that year. Since we're now about 4.5 years post-fire, most of those wildfire scars have healed to the point that we will not have as much of an increased risk of flooding and debris flows as we have in recent years. I think the one exception I will probably point out will be the Cameron Peak wildfire scar, which just seems to frustratingly hang on year after year, and I expect we'll still see some residual problems this year. Many of the rest of those big fires from that year, we're seeing fewer problems from. You might think of the Grizzly Peak fire or the East Troublesome fires, which have healed pretty well as we moved on. The thing that I want to watch out for this summer is the possibility of new fires spreading. And Emily showed you the forecast for drought. And I really want to put an exclamation point on that this year. If you'll recall what that graphic showed, it said that by the end of May, the likely scenario is that the entire state of Colorado is at risk of being in a D1 or greater drought. That would be a pretty awful scenario if that comes to play. But looking at all of the climate forecasts that I have access to, I don't think that's going to be an impossible kind of scenario. I will just really emphasize what Emily showed you earlier in that the climate indicators are pointing to probably a pretty rotten spring and summer for most of the state of Colorado. It even seems to linger into the fall a little bit, and these impacts looked possibly diminished by next winter, although it gets hard to predict it that far out. So I think we really want to keep our eyes on the risk of fire, especially in the south. And what my section will look for is if something big happens, wildfire related, we will look for potential impacts to flooding and debris flow. Otherwise, I think as far as water resources go, I hate to end on a bad note, but I think this is going to be a year that doesn't look to be fun for most of us. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's the end of my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Does anybody have any questions for Emily or Kevin? Yes, Director Vasquez.
I'm wondering if I might ask you the question that's kind of the elephant in the room, whether any of the reduction in force at NOAA is impacting your ability to do these forecasts for us?
I haven't noticed anything in the past couple of months. I do check NOAA's websites every week. So if there were any, I don't know, flags in terms of data that they're not sharing, not able to share, I am tracking that every week. So I haven't seen anything so far.
Anyone else? Well, we're glad you're on spring break, Kevin, but we wish you had better news, man.
Wish I did too.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Emily. Okay, we're on to agenda item 12. Nora?
Okay, great. Good afternoon. I'm Nora Flynn, for the record. I am the agriculture water specialist, part of the water supply planning team. Today, I'm going to present on the progress that we're making on agricultural actions in the water plan. It's not just me working on this, it's several of us at CWCB. I get a lot of help with Jeff and Kat, and we also have been collaborating closely with agency partners at Division of Water Resources and the Department of Agriculture. Here, the picture on the left is a get-together we had a couple months ago with our CDA counterparts. We're at Robert Sakata's farm, and even though Nate Pearson is very tall, he's not as tall as this mountain of onions that Robert is showing off to us there. So we've had a great time getting to know our friends at other agencies. We've made progress on a lot of the ag actions, and today I'm going to highlight just a couple of those. So we have 2.4 streamlining collaborative water sharing agreement guidance across agencies. 2.6 assess the economic opportunities of avoided buy and dry to communities, ecosystem, and recreation. And if you're really type A, please suspend your discomfort. It may seem like we're going out of order, but at the end, I want to talk about action 2.5, the integration of agriculture into local government. So recently, with the help of Brett Bovey at Westwater Research, we completed a collaborative water sharing agreement update report. The purpose of this report is that it is a follow-up to research that we did 5 years ago now on ATMs, as we called them at that time. And it is serving as a bridge between the previous water plan, what we said we wanted to do around CWSAs at that time, and what we included in the new water plan. The contents of this report are a narrative on the evolution of that terminology, an updated inventory of collaborative water sharing agreements taking place in Colorado, and a discussion of what we're doing in the 2023 water plan, and an update on recommendations that staff can put into action. So this is a graphical summary of the inventory that's included in the report. A few things I want to point out is that we found a number of projects are pending, not online yet, but there is a lot of water that could join a cohort of CWSAs in action. I also want to point out that in our tracking of different supply methods and contract methods, there's a lot of diversity. So practitioners of collaborative water sharing agreements are trying a lot of different things to meet their goals. Our writing of this report included in-depth interviews with folks in the know on CWSAs, some frequent practitioners who had a lot to share with us. I'm going to take a moment to read some of these quotes that I have taken the liberty of condensing just to provide the most information. So here goes. What happens in the next few decades with the expiration of temporary water sharing agreements and gradual use changes of municipally owned water is key for the future of collaborative water sharing agreements. The economic disparity created by water transfers can be related to the distance water is moved. More proximal water transfers are often an economic benefit to an area. Is that a bad thing? This complexity highlights the need for local leaders to be educated and active in this space. Interest in CWSAs can often be explained by the presence or absence of economic alternatives for agricultural land, local water supply options for municipal water utilities, local project support, and grant funding. So those are just a few of the things we heard that helped us come up with some recommendations along with Westwater. And those recommendations include supporting local government efforts to preserve irrigated agriculture by providing education, outreach, including examples of local actions that local leaders could take. Furthering the development of resources to assist those practitioners that we interviewed, including something like a matrix of common requirements to navigate with all those different methods of supply and methods of contracting. We want to update the CWCB and DWR website and online materials as well. We got a lot of positive feedback about continuing to support the pairing of watershed health efforts and infrastructure repair needs along with CWSAs. So this report is available on our website now, and I believe you're going to get a link to that emailed to you shortly. 2.6. You heard a little bit about this at the previous board meeting when we introduced the 2-year progress report. Matt Lindberg and Lindsay Griffith at Brown and Caldwell helped us creating this 10 strategies to protect irrigated agriculture. If you haven't had a chance to peruse it yet, here's a list of all 10 that we included. Our process for generating this list included research and again, interviews with stakeholders. One thing I want to emphasize that we heard time and again talking to stakeholders is there's never any silver bullet for agriculture. We know that, and we know that not all of these work for everyone. But what we do hope is that this report creates a little fodder for conversation to move the conversation around agriculture further and deeper than just broad statements about economic and cultural worth of agriculture. There's a lot more to agriculture and what we can do to support. I want to highlight 2 of these strategies quickly so you can get the idea of what we're doing in this report. 1, implementing conservation easements. Conservation easements are voluntary legal agreements between landowners, usually a land trust and a government entity with that landowner. It places permanent restrictions on land that help protect values associated with that land, such as farming, ranching, wildlife habitat, and aesthetic qualities that many of us appreciate about Colorado. Research conducted by Colorado State University that they did on the funding provided by Great Outdoors Colorado found that for every $1 that GOCO invests in conservation easements, 4 times that is generated in public benefit. So that's things like ecosystem services, filtering water before it gets back to the river, providing open space and all of the values that come along with that. Second, I want to highlight the agriculture and energy nexus. There's lots of examples popping up around Colorado of farmers taking advantage of renewable energy such as solar, wind, and hydropower. This reduces dependence on purchasing energy and allows them to capture that renewable energy. The Department of Ag has a program called Acre 3 that already provides funding for projects that implement renewable energy on farms. So these efforts I just talked about are all feeding into more work that we're going to be doing. Some of the reasons we worked on these things first is because they lay the foundation for several other actions, including Action 2.5, which we're very much in the scoping process of. 2.5 is supporting the integration of agriculture into local government planning. The reason that action made it into the water plan is because we heard a great deal from our stakeholders about how decisions made at the very local level about water and land have a huge impact on agriculture, and that maybe we're not always reaching those people from the state level. So at this point, I would like to open it up for board ideas on how you would like to see this action implemented. We might not be able to do everything you would dream of, but we're very much in the scoping process and want your input. I'm also happy to take comments and questions about these reports that I just introduced. So I think we have a little bit of time, maybe not enough, but I just wanted to kick that off, open the door to your comments, and we can, of course, talk again later. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Open it up to the board for any questions or comments. Go ahead, Drexel.
Nora, there was something you mentioned in one of those earlier slides that talked about like sort of different outcomes for agricultural land that gets dried up depending on sort of the economic opportunities. And I think that when you're going to try to translate some of this work for local government with planning, you really got to take that into account. You know, in Chaffee County, where I am, if an irrigated agricultural property gets dried up and the water's, separated from the land, that land will almost certainly be developed into unbelievably expensive lots with augmented wells and, off it goes. And it sort of, in some ways it's bad because it cuts two ways. You quit irrigating and you add all this other consumptive use. But on the other hand, the land does have a economic value and use. In the lower Arkansas Basin, when they buy and dry, you're lucky if it's not a weed patch. You're lucky if the soil doesn't blow away, but nothing really happens to the land. It just stays the way it is. So point of that just being that I think this is a really important effort. There's been conversations at CCI because a lot of it, since it's rural, often unincorporated lands we're talking about, county government land use planning is probably the most important decision makers to talk to. But we really got to acknowledge that the suite of tools and solutions has to cover a very diverse geography, right? And hydrology and economy of our state. So that's probably self-evident, but I do want to underscore it because in my conversations with county commissioners across the state, the scenarios are so different. And I think this action 2.5 is potentially incredibly helpful, but it's more complex than it even sounds, I guess. So, but I think it's really great that we've pushed this one towards the front of the line because it's so needed. I mean, as Robert Sakata will tell you, we're losing X number of acres a day. So it's really time sensitive.
Yeah, please, Dr. Campbell.
I didn't notice on any of your slides, maybe the addition of technology and some of that stuff. As a rancher myself, I've adapted a lot of technology, fancy sprinklers that I can sit and have coffee and turn them on and moisture sensors and stuff like that. But I've used them as a tool for measurement and management. And it's amazing how much I've cut my water. And so I'd like to see maybe a little more on technology. You might not get a lot of old guys that are real thrilled about it, but when you tell them that they can have a cup of coffee and irrigate at the same time, they'll think a little differently about it.
Thank you, Director Campbell. Anyone else? I was going to say on this 2.5, Nora, it's interesting because for us, it's going a different direction, right? Like, so in the San Luis Valley where we have the sub-district pressure and those needs for that water. And what we're trying to do is minimize the competition, which hyperinflates the cost of water and takes a lot of participants out of this sharing thought process. And so I think some of it is as you get more of the quasi-governmental, your conservation districts and your conservancy districts that run augmentation plans being less competitive for water and doing water sharing. We're finding out that as we go together on these augmentation plans, it frees up water for the ag needs, even though it may be part of an augmentation plan. It's eliminating for us a buy and dry because, as we all know, the Rio Grande is not the big urban center, and neither is it going to become such. So our transfers are ag to ag and ag need to ag use. And so I think as you look at that, we might look at some of the places where successes happen and see if there's opportunities to continue to allow internally within government to government and ag to ag, and really exploit where successes are and see if there's a framework we need to help build to support that. So, anybody else? No.
Just to help support this conversation going forward, can you talk a little bit about what the timeline is in planning for this report? I know we're still kind of scoping it and trying to figure out what it looks like, but just in terms of how we can engage the board as we move along, because I really do want to start trying to get your feedback and input into some of these water plan actions rather than just like, here's the report we did, you know? So if there's another opportunity that would make sense to bring this back.
Yeah, so I think over the next year is when we really want to formulate a plan for doing this and start implementing it. So it is now is the timeline for this. As Greg pointed out, it's complex. And so we wanted to come to you all today to help generate ideas on how we can be the most efficient with our time and efficient in our outreach efforts. But yeah, happy to come back to the board and discuss, our plan for this moving forward.
Can I also just volunteer you to know that you would be available if anybody has any additional
Yes.
thoughts after processing this a little bit today? Anything
Yeah.
that comes to mind that you want us to think about or include?
For sure.
Yeah, Director Phil.
This is kind of a simple one, but you were talking about how I said it was complex, but this statement, support the integration of robust agriculture into local government planning. So I'm just gonna say a little more because I've thought about this a lot. I think one way to get local government's attention, and this perspective is about local, not statewide. The statewide perspective isn't always as helpful because there's sort of take from here and give to here, and the overall, it's utilitarian in a way, but across the whole state, doesn't help the local scene that much, the rural scene. But if you talk to local government planning and you ask them, would you like to secure or do a better job of securing your water future? They will all say yes, right? That's like just intrinsic to the job. And then I think the next step is the best answer to that for the short, middle, and probably long term is make sure that your local irrigated agriculture is successful. And so that's what you're talking about, but it's sort of a missing piece in that sentence, right? And, but I don't want it to go unstated because that's probably how you make the breakthrough to a lot of these rural county commissioners who invariably are kind of like, man, I didn't sign up for all of this. They're dealing with so many different things, but it's top of mind is that water future. It's what you think about when you're laying in bed at night and can't sleep. But in some ways it is a simple solution. And what's interesting to me is, again, if you're in Chaffee County, you can sell your community on the value of irrigated hay meadows. Like everyone loves them, even if they just like them for the scenic value. They may understand the hydrological value or the wildlife value, or the recharge, all that kind of stuff. They just like them. It's a fairly easy sell. When you're in a really agricultural community that doesn't have necessarily all that tourism, recreation type stuff going on, it's a little trickier because, you're dealing with just a bunch of small business people basically, and they are kind of competing with each other, right? It's a real economic engine marketplace kind of thing. But ultimately, they also, I think, very much recognize that even though they may be competing, in some ways they rise and fall together. And it may be harder in those environments because everybody's doing it to help local government understand why they should support it. Like they're already doing it. It's what we do here. What else do you want me to do? But again, I think that water connection can help make that breakthrough across all these different sort of socioeconomic situations that we have across rural Colorado. So anyway, I just wanted to fill that little big gap in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Phil. Yes, Director Vasquez.
Actually, if you'll allow me, it's really a question for you, Greg, because having been a county commissioner for so long, you would be the best person to answer this. So when I look at this statement, what I'm looking for is the two-way street between the agricultural producers in a county and the county commissioners. And there has to be a get for both sides to really come together and get the county involved, right? And so, and I'm looking at you as well, Nathan. So how would you define that mutuality in a way that would incentivize the people doing irrigated ag to be engaged with the county commissioners?
Do you want to answer? Or do you want me to?
You want to start?
Well, I guess to your question of how does each side get their get, it's difficult because we get so focused on what our job is and what we're doing that we don't do what Director Felt said, where you rise up and you educate everyone on the benefit of everyone rising up, like they did in Chaffee County. And I think as we move forward in something like this, that's probably one of the maybe unwritten but underlying premises is we have got to get all the people at the table and talk about opportunities, and that people getting their get is not mutually exclusive all the time. And you're right, it has to be framed that way. And I think that's what underlies, to me, what your question is, that's what underlies all of this action is how do we get all the people to be willing to come to the table and kind of express a vulnerability of what they need? Because it's kind of hard for a municipality to come to a water district and say, we need water, because that starts people sharpening pitchforks and lighting torches, and you know what I mean? And so that building that
And examining the date of their appropriation, right?
yeah. And so I think to me, what you're asking is the underlying is we've got to get people to the table, and maybe that's what we facilitate, maybe that's what we moderate in accomplishing some of these water arrangements. I don't know. That's what came to my mind. I don't know.
Yeah, Barbara or Director Vasquez, an interesting element of getting people to the table. We did a survey of our county. 97% of the respondents said, I support agriculture. We should have asked what that meant, but we didn't realize it would be so strong. Kate Greenberg did a survey statewide. 98% of Coloradans said they support agriculture. So you kind of hold up the mirror to people and you say, this is what you said. Do you see yourself in that mirror? Yes, I do. Okay. Then you go to the agricultural community in our county. 90% of our producers said, I want my land to stay in production. I want the water to stay on the land. Ideally, I want my family to stay on the land. So you hold the mirror up to them too, and you say, does this look like you? Yeah, you said that. That's right. Okay. And so then you bring them together. And that's the hard part. You got to have really good food, and you got to do it like in December before they're calving and after they're done with all the harvesting type stuff. And you bring them all together, and you have the agricultural community explain to the rest of the citizens like what their challenges are, what their life's like, why they feel like they have a target on their back when everybody says they support them. And then you start figuring out, well, how do we break this down? What can we do as a community to help you with these prioritized challenges that you're facing? And it's going to be different in every community. And maybe even that convening process is different, but that's an example. And you better bet that anytime you're talking about agriculture in a systematic way in a community, I think your county commissioners are going to want to be there. They're going to want to be a part of that. And when county commissioners say they're showing up, then everybody else gets worried and they show up. And it's a little bit of a vicious cycle. Anyway.
And perhaps a discussion of the co-benefits that come with irrigated
Yes,
ag.
definitely.
All right, let me go to Director Cloud and we'll see if Robert had his hand up if he still wants, but we'll go after.
Well, I agree with what Director Felt was saying about integrating or bringing everybody together, because I think that's really important, is helping everybody to understand how important ag is. Because the first word on this slide, it says support. And I think that's the main reason why you're doing this is the support. You're trying to support the integration. And it's what does everybody need to be supported? That to me, I think is the focus of that. But at the same time, when you're saying that you support agriculture, you're supporting Colorado agriculture. We're trying to keep Colorado water in Colorado. And that's what anybody, if you're buying produce, you should be thinking about where it's coming from. It shouldn't be coming from outside the state. And that's what you're supporting. You should be supporting the agriculture within your own state.
Thank you, Director Cloud. I see Robert's hand is back down, so Okay. Oh, there is. Okay, go ahead, Robert.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm driving through Canyon, so I'm dropping in and out. But great conversation. And, you know, at the Department of Ag, my role, I'm really want to work hard on this action. So really, as Nora said, really would welcome all of your input. And again, I've kind of taken the word no out of my vocabulary for this and trying to meet with as many people as I can, because I totally agree with Director Felt that it really is dependent with what I've seen and who I've talked to so far. It really is regionally dependent on what's going to work the best. I mean, in some places in the Front Range, I've already talked to entities that have conservation easements in place, but the problem is they can't find farmers to manage it because economically they can't earn a living off of it. And so other solutions are going to have to come into place in order to fill those needs. In other areas, conservation easements don't work because the value difference between developed land and undeveloped land is not great enough to incentivize conservation easements. So each area is going to be really unique to the solutions that we come forward with. I mean, I'm talking with open space, you know, entities that are dealing with the open space and getting my foot in the door for the planning agencies. I think I mentioned it briefly in our Department of Ag report. DOLA has a new requirement where I think integrating open lands and agriculture into these planning efforts will be a requirement for larger entities. So trying to get a toolkit established there as well. So again, I'd welcome any opportunities. If there's opportunities to speak at CCI, Colorado Municipal League, wherever you think we can get the word out, I really appreciate your help to do that and suggestions of the best approach to take. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, Director McLeod.
Well, in the Upper Gunnison Basin, as I've told you before, I'm on the board of an organization that places conservation easements to protect working agriculture. And we have easements now on about 60,000 acres in our basin. But in terms of local support, the citizens of Gunnison County have twice renewed a tax to fund the transaction costs for the ranchers to place these easements. And for an easement, it could be $30,000 or $40,000 in transaction costs before they can close the easement. And the county voters have authorized this fund to enable these easements to go into place. These are not open space easements. These are working agriculture easements. And we have been in existence since 1995, this organization. I've been on the board since 2003. We have never had a year when we didn't have many applications from the ranchers to proceed with these easements. Now, we don't hold the easements. We represent the landowners in finding the funding and finding the party that will hold the easement. And it's been very successful in protecting agriculture. So that is a way, Director Felt, that the community can step up and deliver for agriculture. I'm very proud of what we've done. I just wanted to throw that in.
Thank you, Director McCall. Anybody else? I think
Okay.
that's it. Thank you, Nora.
Thank you for your feedback.
Appreciate it. Okay, Attorney General Scott, I guess that's you.
That's me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Steinbrecher on behalf of Attorney General Weiser, who sends his regrets, especially because he can't be here to welcome our newest board members, Greg, Taylor, and Mike. I know he appreciates your service and dedication, and I'm sure he'll be reaching out to thank you for volunteering to serve in these positions. Oh, there we go. Hopefully you heard those thanks and all those nice things I said. So hopefully you've also seen that we have a more robust written report as part of your board materials. So there's a lot more detail in there that I won't go into here. I will just highlight one thing that's in that report in order to save a little bit of time. The Rio Grande litigation, I'll give you just a tiny bit more color on that than we have in the report. So last month, a team from our office as well as DWR spent a week in Pittsburgh in mediation and had a hearing with the special master. And I can't say too much about the mediation other than to say that it was productive, and the states in the United States left that cautiously optimistic that we could potentially resolve the disputes. There is a lot of work to be done to get that across the finish line. But the states and the United States and the districts are meeting regularly. There are weekly meetings to work through these issues and try to get us across that finish line. The finish line is very close. The last day that we were there in Pittsburgh, we had a hearing with the special master who set the case for trial on June 9th. So we have a real deadline pushing us to make that progress. That will be the first phase in a two-phase trial that we would hope would be resumed by the end of the year. With that, I will conclude my report unless there are questions.
Thank you. Counselor, does anybody have any other questions? I have also many questions, but I won't ask them here for obvious reasons. But thank you so much for that report. If there's no other questions or comments, let's see where we're in our break. If it's okay, we'll just bounce our break and we'll do the schedule in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Or do you have something, Jenny? Sorry, Jen.
So, thank you, Director Combs. We'll be going into executive session when we come back from break. Is that right? Okay, so can I give the introduction for executive session now? Okay, thank you. The next step will be to vote to go into executive session. During executive session, we will consider agenda item 14A. This agenda item is just for the purpose of providing legal advice and discussing legal issues. This session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of Section 24-64023A2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. We are now ready for a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll make the motion when we come back from break. All right, we'll be back at 2.
No, let's make the motion now.
Okay,
And
sorry.
then we have a chance to change over the Zoom call and.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Motion.
Okay, Director Club, Director Vasquez, your second? Okay, sorry. All right, Director Pelt will be second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Thank you, Jen. So we'll come back at 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is this is agenda item 15. The board went into executive session to consider agenda items 14A pursuant to the provisions of section 246402 3A2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The discussion during executive session was limited to that item and no formal action was taken. We are now on agenda item 16. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, Jeanine, are you ready?
I am ready.
We're gonna give just a second for Director Hawes to make a disclosure. Okay, let me just 1 second. Director McLeod will let Director Hawes make a disclosure, and then we'll get to you. Is that okay? Before we
I can't hear you, sorry.
give me just a minute. We're gonna go to Director Hawes to make a disclosure, and then we'll get. Do you have another comment?
No, go
Okay,
ahead.
I just need to speak into the microphone.
I still can't hear you.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay. All right.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Chairman. So I just wanted to disclose that on the Town of Pagosa Springs, Pagosa Gateway Project, the Nature Conservancy is a financial supporter of that project. My team doesn't work with that on that project at all. And the first time I read about it was in here. So that's all I know about the project, but I did want to disclose it.
Thank you, Director Hawes. I don't think there's any other.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, item 16A is an application by my employer, the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District. So I'm going to recuse myself for that discussion, and I'll step in the hall while you're having the conversation.
Thank you, Director McLeod. If it's all right, then we'll separate that out, vote on it separate and do the rest in a group. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah, after he's gone, we'll do that. So if that's okay, we'll have you do agenda item 16A. We'll vote as a board and then we'll do the rest as the whole block. So
Sure.
Go ahead.
So my name is Janine Shaw. I am the Grants Section Chief for CWCB. And for the next 60 minutes that we have with you, I know we're powering through here at the end of the day, so thanks for hanging in there with us. We will be talking about water plan grants. So I am going to kick us off with about 10 minutes of some background for new board members and a refresher for other folks, and then give a brief summary of what we saw this cycle. And then I will turn it over to the technical leads for each water plan grant category. We have 20 items on the agenda as action items. And the technical leads will have about 2 minutes per application that they'll be presenting. And we will pause after each one in case folks have questions. So as the name suggests, water plan grants are grants to help move the water plan forward. So it really is the funding mechanism for the partner actions and goals in the water plan. In statute, we have the who can apply and the categories. So public and private entities can apply. And the categories in statute are ag, conservation and land use, engagement and innovation, storage and supply, and watershed health and recreation. And the way that this is structured kind of functionally within our organization is we have 4 regional water plan grant managers. And so I just wanted to mention Ashley Garrison, Lauren Duncan, Laura Span, and Jackie Carano. So huge thank you to them for all of their work. They are located throughout the state, really trying to key into those specific regions and foster really strong grant applications for this program. They work hand in hand with our technical leads for each category in reviewing things and all of that. So since 2017, we have awarded about $109 million in water plan grants. And you can see on this slide, that was first made available funding was first made available in 2017 from the General Assembly. In 2019 is when sports betting passed, and the state is able to retain up to $29 million. And then in 2024, we had Proposition JJ pass that allows the state to retain revenue beyond that $29 million. This fiscal year for water plan grants, we were allocated
$23.3 million. And you might be asking the question, well, if you can retain up to $29 million, why is it 23.3? And that is the bottom bullet on this slide here, that it is a 3-year distribution cycle for funding. So in the first year, revenue is collected. The second year, it is received and appropriated. And then the third year is actually when it's made available. So there is a little bit of a lag there. And we do have 2 application cycles, July 1st and December 1st. The applications you all will be considering today are from the December 1st deadline. And between December and now, we have been hard at work going through a really rigorous review process. And that includes those regional grant project managers that I mentioned, technical leads for each category, section chiefs, and gathering partner feedback. And so I do want to give a special thank you to our partners. We had folks from the Department of Agriculture, Water Resources, Parks and Wildlife. Carrie Major, thank you for coordinating that feedback. And DOLA, as well as Great Outdoors Colorado, otherwise known as GOCO. And some other things I wanted to chat about and share that was a little bit unique in this round. And that is the competitiveness. Typically what we see is that in the first cycle, there are fewer applications, smaller asks, and the second cycle has been bigger. We did not experience that this time. We think that may be in part because folks were focused on one-time federal funding opportunities. And so we expect that there will be more in the future, and our folks are doing a ton of outreach. So that is a huge part of folks' job at CWCB within this program. We have a goal of doing 150 outreach activities just for water plan grant managers within the fiscal year. And as of Friday, we're at 176. So we're very much planting the seed and expect to reap those rewards. The other thing I would say in terms of competitiveness is we wanted to make sure that the projects we are recommending are still really strong projects that have a high likelihood of success. And so we aligned that really closely with the guidelines and made sure that they were multi-beneficial, collaborative, and again, have that high likelihood of success and are ready for implementation. So that does mean that there's some money left on the table. However, that also means that funding doesn't go away. So we will have the opportunity as more applications come in to foster those and award those dollars. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then finally, as has come up many times today, we are watching federal funding. So as Director Riss mentioned, our program is funded through state dollars, but many of the applications have federal match. Those tend to be for some of the larger projects. And typically what we do for contracting is until match is secured, we don't contract. What that meant historically was that we would have a notice of award. At this point, we are still going forward with recommending projects that have federal funding, but we are having renewed conversations with people to make sure that they are comfortable with the project and the risk management, and that we are as well. And then last but not least on my slides this is a summary of what we saw for this last cycle. We had 38 applications, and we are recommending funding for 30 of those, which is an 80% success rate for applicants. And you will be hearing 20 of those today as action items. So we have 3 that were approved at the director level and 7 that were approved on the consent agenda this morning. And as you can see here, we are recommending about $6.4 million in funding for those 30 applications. Those 30, we are recommending full funding for all of those. And as you can see too here, we have a really good showing across the different categories. Watershed health and recreation did see the strongest showing, but we do have good representation across all categories. And unless anyone has questions, I will move on and turn it over to Nora Flynn, who is going to kick off the ag category with actually item 16A.
Any questions? Okay, now we'll excuse Director McLeod. Thank you. Appreciate it, Janine. Heard we'll just do a vote on it and then do the rest as a block.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I was watching him depart the room. Okay, Nora Flynn, CWCB staff for the record. Item 16A, Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District. The title of the project is Integrated Physical and Geochemical Estimation of Agricultural Return Flows in the East River Basin. Funding is requested to support the study of surface water and groundwater interactions in the Upper Gunnison, focusing on agricultural return flows. Research will be done in partnership with the U.S. Geological Survey. Data will be used to create groundwater flow model to simulate recharge, discharge, and surface water and groundwater interactions. They're also going to use samples from the field and isotope analysis to estimate the actual volume of agricultural return flow in the area. The applicant is pursuing this research project because they think that characterization of the groundwater and surface water exchange will help understand the potential effects of future changes in water management and water availability. The Agricultural Review Committee noted that return flows are an often talked about important aspect of our natural and managed landscapes in Colorado, but it's actually very difficult to study and seldom quantified phenomena. So this study is going to add regionally specific data that will enhance our understanding of this interconnectedness. The majority of CWCB grant dollars will go towards geochemical modeling, installing data collection wells, data collection, and chemical analysis. Staff recommends full funding for this project.
Okay, thank you. So is there any questions on 16A? If not, I'd entertain a motion for staff recommendation of approval on 16A. Director Cloud, thank you. Is there a second? Director Haas, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, thank you. Let's get Director Kinnan will continue.
(16B) Community Agriculture Alliance. The title of the project is Bear River Automation Phase 1. Funding is requested to support the installation of 5 automated headgates and a communication base station in the Bear River in Routt County. This is the first of 3 phases and first of 5 of 16 headgates they hope to eventually replace. Currently, water managers on this stretch are really challenged by how frequently the flow fluctuates in this stretch of river, and they have to do daily manual adjustments in the field, if not multiple times a day during certain times of year. The proposed upgrades in the system would simplify real-time adjustments to the river flows and therefore reduce any water user conflict in adjusting headgates and better meet flow targets of the existing in-stream flow rate on the Bear River. The project lead is the Community Agriculture Alliance. It's an organization in the Yampa Valley with a mission to preserve agriculture. Partners on the project include the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District and the Division of Water Resources. What made this a good fit for the water plan grant is how these partners are coming together in a collaborative nature to find a solution for really taxing water management tasks. And the solutions they are coming up with support multiple beneficial uses. So staff recommends full funding for the project.
Okay, any questions?
C Dolores Water Conservancy District. The project is Dolores Operations Model Modernization. Water Plan grant funding is requested to support the modernization of operational planning for the Dolores Water Conservancy District. This includes operations for the Dolores project in Southwest Colorado. Currently, the Conservancy District's operations are heavily reliant on manual workflows and institutional knowledge to predict their reservoir operations and determine their releases. This is really labor intensive and really limits their ability to adapt to rapidly changing forecasts. The Water Plan grant funding would help transition the Conservancy District and their operational planning to a more modern model called GoldSim. And this would allow them to do more advanced forecasting and model various different scenarios. The reason this is so important is because the Dolores Water Conservancy District is in constant communication with many different stakeholders. These stakeholders include agricultural producers. They support 63,000 acres of irrigated land. There's 3 municipalities, fish and wildlife interests, and recreational boating interests. So all of these folks want clear, data-driven plans that they can easily understand to understand why the Dolores Water Conservancy District is managing the water the way they do. The project will be informed by these stakeholders throughout. That includes the Dolores River Dialogue, the Dolores River Native Fish Monitoring and Recommendation Team. The goal is that really in the end, they'll have a planning tool that makes their own organization much more efficient, and they're going to improve communication and delivery of water for all of those multiple uses. Staff recommends full funding for the project. Center Conservation District, the title is San Luis Valley Wool Pellet Project. Water Plan grant funding is requested to support the study of wool pellets in agricultural operations and their efficacy in increasing soil moisture retention, improving soil health, and helping to hopefully reduce dependence on groundwater to irrigate. There's an advisory group for this project that includes Center Conservation District, Colorado State University, San Luis Valley Research Center, and local crop and sheep growers. These trials are going to take place at the CUC Research Farm in Center, Colorado. It's located in Subdistrict 1 of the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. The grant funding will support prototyping equipment to create these wool pellets, and it's going to be housed at the research farm but available to others to use. This project stood out to reviewers because of the broad-based collaboration of this group, their commitment to collaborating on this. We know they've been trying to get this project off the ground for several years. They have a strong willingness to try something new, and especially that this project takes advantage of a locally produced soil amendment, thereby supporting their own local agricultural economy and expanding market opportunities. This is just one of several great examples emerging from the San Luis Valley of people truly working together to solve very difficult water management problems. Staff recommends full funding.
Thank you. Just a logistics question or a practicality question. How does this work? Do they take these pellets and then put them into the soil? And are we talking a lot of pellets? I'm just curious how this works.
Yeah, you got it. I'm trying to think of what they look like. Yeah, small pellets the size of maybe an eraser head are produced from the wool that they're going to source locally. They apply it to the field. I'm not exactly sure the details of that. Maybe Nathan knows.
I unfortunately I do. The smell is horrendous. Can I just tell you? They make pellets just like wood pellets or anything else, and they're broadcast or integrated in any other fertilizing technique. And when they hit the soil, they can expand and so they create an air pocket, which helps the aerobics in the soil. Plus, it helps maintain water. So, they're part of the study is to see what's the most efficient way of applying and going. So, it's pretty innovative. Like I said, the smell it's unholy, but well, that's part of the thing is how long they last. Because if you're trying to get rid of wool because you've had sheep it's eternity, but we don't know how long it'll last in these pellet form, but we're expecting at least 1 year. So I think they're on to at least a good idea here. Director Vasquez.
Was this pitched as a form of carbon sequestration?
Not that I know of, but you go there. So. Any other questions? All right. Okay.
Hey, there we go. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. Kevin Reedy, CWCB staff. This is the conservation and land use section of the grants. We've got 3 for you. Had a lot more on the consent and director items. Usually I have a bunch up for action items, but only 3 this time. A variety of projects as usual with this category. First off, we'll hit you with the Thompson School District Elementary School landscape upgrades. We've worked with them before on another grant, and they were really good to work with up there in Loveland. They've got 3 elementary schools scheduled for this time around. 2 for really like outdoor classrooms, and 1 to kind of enhance a activity area that they're going to be having a lot of people come through. So the grant amount is $133,519.80. Applicant match of $112,155, with another $21,500 coming from Northern Water, which is great. I love to see the matches coming between Northern Water's landscape grants and our grants as well. So basically, they're going to take out a bunch of bluegrass in these elementary schools and use them for student education, parent education, and climate resiliency. So there's a lot of multi-benefits that go in here. These are going to be mainly at really high traffic, very visible sites like we like to see as well. And, you know, although if you look at the savings amount, it's not a ton of water savings. It's got all these multi-benefits that come into play that I really like to see. And they've been pretty successful with using existing sites that they've transformed already with a lot of outdoor education and a lot of outdoor classroom education with the students. So staff recommends full funding for this. The total project's $267,174.80. Any questions? Okay, moving on. Next grant, Water Now Alliance. You've seen this one before, a similar vein. They've been doing 3 different facets of this project in the past, and we want to kind of continue this because it really helps us with technical assistance outside. Kind of really extends our staff quite a bit, actually. There's the Project Accelerator, which is the first one where they give up to about 250 pro bono hours to get a conservation project off the ground for a local water provider or government. And they've been able to do about 4 to 5 at a time, but they've had such an overwhelming request for this that they wanted to basically double that and bring a lot more people into it. The second aspect is the assistance with the BOR Water Smart grants. Now, we know there's a lot of uncertainty on this, and I've talked to them already on this, and we think that we're going to try to play by ear and see how this works out. If there's no grants to be had, then they can't give assistance for that, obviously. So we've got an alternative, maybe a pivot where they could bring back in and go back into this Project Accelerator and get even more people into that, since they've got such a backlog and people wanting to do this. But they've been very successful with that BOR Water Smart part as well. They've brought in, I think they've been able to bring in about $9 million, I think, in the state, with about $26 million in projects overall by using our seed money to help them go out and work with people and get the applications in. So it's been a pretty good success so far. And then the third is around the state revolving fund, where historically there weren't a lot of water conservation projects that came through there. And they wanted to kind of change that. They've got a dashboard up now to help people through that. And now maybe there's some uncertainty. It seems like that's a little more certain than versus the BOR grant. So they want to continue that and really bring more people in there. And I think I see some of these things as being maybe water loss driven as well, you know, where you're looking at more infrastructure in terms of water conservation. But also, I think they were able to change a few years ago to talk about distributed infrastructure in terms of conservation programs, in terms of green infrastructure projects and things like that. So they want to work on that, and I think it's they've got some takers who really want to kind of expand out these water providers. So the grant amount's pretty big. It's 698,610 with matching of 231,495 for a total of 930,105. Again, they increased the project accelerator portion of this already. And right now, usually 63% of the funding in their past grant went to project accelerator and 37% went to the BOR SRF. So I'm just working with them. They're very well aware, and they've worked out some alternative scopes of work in case we need to change some stuff up. But it's been a really good success so far, and I think I'd like to continue that because it just helps us so much to get the technical assistance out in the field to help us with our water plan grant goals. Any questions? Okay. So, and third and finally, and not least, Urban Land Institute, Phase 2 of the WaterWise Development Initiative. We've worked with these folks to start this project a few years ago where they wanted to start a developer coalition. And the Urban Land Institute really does a lot with urban development and real estate. And their contact here in the state, Marianne Eppig, we had talked about this, and her point was like, hey, listen, we're working with all these public land use planners and public water providers, but we're not dealing with the private developers as much as they do, obviously. And she was right. And we've had those discussions between public land use planners and private developers, and there's always some kind of sticking point, with how this stuff goes. And so her idea was to bring together these folks and start talking about these things. How do we work together better? How do we streamline things? How do we make water-wise development more efficient and get it on the ground versus running into some, these problems we have, or maybe just the goals aren't, meeting in the middle there or whatever. So their idea is to do about 4 in-person Colorado events over the span of this grant. Keep doing their quarterly virtual coalition meetings. They've got a really good coalition of public land use planners and private developers. I think about 200 people have been attending these. I've sat in on a bunch of them. They've had some really good information, but also doing 4 events that, support cross sector collaboration. And also a study that documents and shares the business case for WaterWise real estate and land use. So total project cost $708,427. The water plan grants for $384,605 with matching of around $313, I think, if I did my math right. Anyway, but just kind of referring back to the discussion you guys had earlier around Nora's 2.5 thing, right? This is really interesting. This is kind of, this integration of water and land use planning. We're always talking from the urban angle, but it is the flip side. It's the other side of the coin, and they're very much connected, obviously, right? And so all these things, plus those growing water smart workshops that we've got coming up, the West Slope applications have a lot of discussion of agriculture in those, but they are coming from municipalities or counties. So that's a really cool thing, I think. And I think there's going to be a lot of good sessions in that. Agriculture and wildfire actually are 2 of the main themes that have come out of these West Slope workshops. So that'll be happening at the end of April, but this is one of those other things that really kind of drives it. And I think we could, be talking about bringing in ag interests into these coalition meetings as well, and talking about the whole picture, right? How does this play out, and how do private developers, public land use planners, and ag work together a little bit better? So I'm hoping that comes out of this as well. So full recommendation for this as well. And that's all I've got.
Thanks, Kevin. Yep. No questions?
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting item 16H. Was our one engagement sorry about that. One engagement innovation grant today. This application is from MoxieCran. They're a video production company that over the years has made several water education documentary films. So if you've been involved in the roundtable process, you've probably seen a video made from MoxieCran. Their project is titled Thirsting for a Future. And what they'll do with the grant funds is produce a 30-minute documentary and take an in-deep look at Colorado's climate education and the climate change challenges, as well as some underlying issues regarding climate anxiety and other impacts to learning that our youth currently faces. The film will feature some educational initiatives from Colorado's 9 basin roundtables supporting long-term water education efforts. The deliverables include a high-quality documentary broadcast on both PBS 12 and Rocky Mountain PBS. There's also additional in-person screenings and digital distribution. Staff does have the opportunity to review the film prior to its release, and the applicant will coordinate with CWCB if any sensitive topics arise during the production of the film. The applicant has received a grant from the Colorado Office of Film. There's something we did note in the data sheet, and the applicant does have a family member who is employed by CWCB. So when we saw the application came in, we consulted with the Attorney General's office, who provided us guidance on how to handle this. And so in accordance with that guidance, what we did was that we didn't allow the family member to view any of the application information otherwise, other than what was publicly made available. We also, didn't have this member on any of the review panels for any of the categories, and didn't have a hand in any of the recommendations. So just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board, and staff is recommending full approval of this grant request. Any questions?
So Matt Stearns, CWCB staff. I'll be presenting agenda items 16I, 16J, 16K for the water storage and supply category. As you can see here, we had a total of 5 applications in the category with a total funding recommendation of $929,830. Of those, I'll be presenting the 3 that weren't already approved as part of the consent agenda. So with that, agenda item 16I, the town of Crested Butte is requesting a grant of $342,000 for the Slate River Alternative Water Supply Feasibility Project. Projects will evaluate 2 new potential well sites to expand the town's domestic supply and reduce reliance on a single source. Currently, the town receives all of its water supplies from the Coal Creek drainage, making them susceptible to a number of issues, including drought and contamination from various sources. This effort is a follow-on from a 2024 source water protection plan and an ongoing wildfire-ready action plan. The town is looking to develop a new well at one of 2 locations. They're named the Town Pipeline and the Town Ranch parcels, which are both in the Slate River alluvium and would serve as a redundant water source for the town. So work for that will include a geophysical survey, exploratory wells, a wetland assessment, and an engineering report. So staff recommends full funding of the request to the town of Crested Butte. Agenda item 16J, the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe is requesting a grant of $395,080 for the Federal Reserved Water Rights Option Study. The project will develop a feasibility level analysis for the identification and development of the tribe's water rights in the Mancos River Basin and the San Juan River Basin, including McElmo Creek. The project is 5 different analyses of the tribe's water rights including a potential new 21,000 acre foot reservoir in the Mancos River Basin and a pipeline system that would deliver San Juan water rights to identified irrigated acres in the Four Corners area via a new river diversion and pipeline, all of which, it's important to note, will be located in Colorado. It's important to also note that staff recommends waiving the match requirement for this request in line with Senate Bill 24-197, which was enacted in 2024. So staff recommends full funding of the request to the Ute Mountain Ute tribe.
Thank you, Matt. I think we have, did you have a question, Dr. House? Okay, I think we have Letitia Yazzie. Is she online? Did she want to have a comment?
Hello, yes, I wanted to have the opportunity to read a letter that Chairman Hart provided. Initially, he was going to be there at the board meeting, but no, plans changed. And my name is Letitia Yazzie, and I'm the Water Resource Director for the tribe. I'll read the letter now. CWC board members, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Ute Mountain Ute Tribes CWCB Water Plan Grant submittal for the Federal Reserve Water Rights Option Study. The feasibility study will assess the full use of the tribe's Federal Reserve water rights, specifically a large storage right on the Mancos River, a lower Wilson Ditch water right in the McAlmo Canyon, diversion and delivery pipeline on the San Juan River, a database to track our existing springs, wells, and ponds, and options to utilize the lowest water in the Four Corners region. This study will focus on water rights within our reservation boundaries. The tribe will investigate Animas La Plata project uses at a later time. The Colorado Water Plan adopted in 2023 had a chapter specifically about the two Colorado tribes, highlighting the importance of tribal Federal Reserve water rights and the role in addressing water management issues for the tribe and the surrounding community. The study was specifically called out in the chapter, emphasizing the need to explore viable options to develop the unused Federal Reserve water rights and identify specific near-term uses. In this point in time, when we have developing a new set of guidelines for Pal and Mead, it is more important than ever that the tribe begin working towards full development of our Federal Reserve water rights. Colorado has made many strides in its water collaboration with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. The CWCB appointed the first tribal member to the board, Lorelei Cloud. The Drought Subtask Force of 2023 focused on the two tribes and drought reliability. Recommendations including the CWCB's board ability to waive matching funds for Colorado Water Plan grants was a tremendous effort approved by the General Assembly. As the tribe continues on its pursuit for more infrastructure funding, we appreciate any and all assistance from CWCB. Water is one of the tribe's top issues as we face a more dry and arid climate in the future. The partnerships we have today are the building blocks for tomorrow's future. Thank you for your time and continued support in Ute Mountain Ute Tribe's efforts. Chairman Hart, thank you.
Letitia, thank you for taking care of that for him.
Yeah, thank you, Letitia. And so the last one for me is agenda item 16K. It's the city of Pueblo is requesting a grant of $112,500 for the Lake Minnequa Restoration Feasibility Study. The project will explore dredging up to 88 acre feet of sediment from Lake Minnequa in order to restore its full decreed storage capacity. The reservoir property was purchased by the city in 2008 from CF&I Steel and currently serves multiple purposes in the community. The lake is now primarily used for stormwater management and recreation, but both the storage capacity and depth have diminished due to sedimentation over the past years, and the lake is subsequently developing water quality issues that affect those uses. Grant funds will be used to hire a consultant engineer who will prepare a feasibility study for a restoration plan, but will focus the feasibility on dredging the lake, including the environmental permitting, water rights evaluation, potential municipal water storage opportunities, a cost estimate, and funding options. And so with that, staff recommends full funding of the request to the City of Pueblo. Happy to take any questions.
I think we're good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff. I've got the back nine on these this afternoon. We have 9 applications, and as you can see by the map, pretty good geographic representation amongst these applications. There was one more that was in the consent agenda item from the South Platte Basin. I would like to thank all 4 of the regional managers and Janine, Andrea Harbin Monahan from the Watershed and Flood Protection Section, and Jeff Rodriguez for all reviewing these applications that we had in this category. Tremendous amount of work that went into it. I especially appreciate patience of the regional managers for going back to the applicants and their patience with me as we got through all of these. I'll kick it off with the Jefferson Conservation District's application for the lower North Fork of the South Platte Sediment Stabilization Project. They're seeking funding to address bank erosion, sediment transport, and riparian vegetation health at the confluence of the North Fork and the South Platte Rivers. This project's informed through Denver Water's 2021 Strancho Watershed Sediment Management Plan. It also ties into the objectives of the North Fork South Platte Wildfire Ready Action Plan, which is under development right now. It's going to reduce sediment transport into the reservoir, restore natural sediment transport, increase floodplain connectivity, and build wildfire and post-wildfire resilience. This is a depositional area. What's key here is the ability to slow the flow of floodwaters and have sediment deposit in this area. Total funding request $368,150.19, and recommended amount is the same.
Director Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chris. My apologies. I had meant to disclose earlier that we are obviously partnering on this project. So we have the matching funding, something that we're very excited about, supportive of. So my coworker, Allison Withridge, has been very involved in this to date. So just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, agenda item 16M. I believe applicant representative may be on the phone to answer any questions. This application brought to us from Ducks Unlimited for the San Luis Creek Watershed Restoration Project. Grant request $184,995. Rec amount is the same. This is a project to restore the San Luis Creek and associated wetlands, 26 years in the making. The applicant will conduct a comprehensive survey of private lands and state board lands to determine project site locations. And then we'll proceed with the design of stream and wet meadow restoration, upgrades to road and water delivery systems, fencing and cattle management, and habitat improvements for imperiled species. Okay, 16N. This is brought to us by Mount Warner Water and Sanitation District, the Yampa River Stream Bank Restoration Project. This is the picture of a reach that has been restored in the same area, Both the upstream and downstream reaches of this project area have been restored, and this will connect those. The total request is $403,620. Recommended amount is for the same. Stream bank stabilization and river restoration are not synonymous. We don't always want to stabilize or lock in place rivers, but instances like this where there's an infiltration gallery that is a redundant water supply for Steamboat Springs is it's critical to protect that. The Fish Creek Critical Community Wildfire Watershed Protection Plan from September 2019 identified this as an important project to protect that redundant water supply. This Fish Creek plan is pretty much a wildfire ready action plan before we had one. So this is implementation to protect that critical water supply. Okay, agenda item 16O, brought by the San Luis Valley Irrigation District for the Rio Grande Reservoir low flow pipe design. I believe the applicant may be online here in case there are any questions. The Rio Grande Stream Management Plan, of which CWCB was a partner, identified a target action to utilize partnerships and flexible voluntary agreements among water managers to meet aquatic habitat flow targets when possible to improve aquatic habitat. Rio Grande Reservoir may be critical infrastructure to meet that goal. As of now, with the new work that has happened on the reservoir, it is not safe to release flows during freezing conditions. If approved, this grant would fund the design and preliminary engineering for a low flow pipe so that those releases could be made during freezing conditions. The request is for $134,290. Recommendation is for the same.
Just 1 second. Yeah. We can do that at the end. Okay, are there any questions on O? Okay, we'll keep going.
Okay, agenda item 16P, brought by the town of Pagosa Springs for the Pagosa Gateway Project, San Juan River Recreation and Ecological Enhancements. The picture you're looking at is from the San Juan River out of the Upper San Juan Water Management Plan, stream management plan that the CWCB was a party to. This project aims to enhance a 2-mile stretch of the San Juan upstream of Pagosa with low flow channels, bank stabilization, riparian vegetation enhancements, fish passage improvements, and mitigation of hazardous stream bank materials to boost the river's resilience and recreational value. You may note that they received a water supply reserve fund for this project. They're not proposing to match the funding for this request with that funding, but went and did more outreach with their community. They got significant comments from the community and from Parks and Wildlife. Wanted to incorporate those into the design. There was some increased costs associated with that, as well as increased costs due to inflation.
We're good.
Okay, agenda item 16Q from the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation for wildfire ready action planning in the Conejos and Castilla counties. This is on the Conejos River, Sangre de Cristo Creek, and Trinchera Creek. For our new board members, wildfire ready action planning is pre-fire planning for post-wildfire hazards. The applicant is going to pair this with community wildfire protection planning grants. We have gotten a lot of questions about how do we do community wildfire protection planning with wildfire ready action planning. A CWPP is for wildfire mitigation. A RAP is for post-wildfire hazard mitigation. There's a lot of reasons to do these together. I won't bore you by outlining those, but I am, if approved, very curious about how this is going to play out as they do these planning efforts together. And I think this is going to be of great benefit for the entire state as we advance this program. The requested funding amount is 567,320. Recommended funding amount is the same. Okay, agenda item 16R from Trout Unlimited for the Forest Hill Mill Site Reclamation Project. This is in Taylor Park in the Upper Gunnison River. To restore natural wetland area, removal of mine waste, reintroduction of native vegetation, and implementation of erosion control structures. The watershed program at CWCB does have a long history of restoring old mine sites. It's usually a strategy of get the water away from the mine waste or get the mine waste away from the water, or both. And this is certainly something that has come to light as we've done more stream management planning, wildfire ready action plans. This was a project identified through the Upper Gunnison Integrated Water Management Plan, brought to us by Trout Unlimited for $337,563.12. You always know when the engineers put the budgets together, and recommending the same amount.
All right, thank you. I know we have Drew online, but we'll wait till after the next one and let him comment on either one of them, if that's okay, rather than do it twice.
Sounds good.
Okay, so let's do S.
Okay, 16S from Trout Unlimited. This is enhancing river stewardship and recreation. Total request $150,000. Recommended amount is the same. This initiative will involve forming technical team, analyzing gaps and opportunities in recreation management, hosting engagement workshops, and designing a comprehensive program. I should note that the GOCO's board just approved a grant for this, I believe, last week, which is a lot of their match funding. We worked closely with GOCO and the applicant to discuss this application and really fleshed out some details on it. The applicant is very interested in successes that the state has had in the Arkansas Headwater Recreation Area, which is a program managed by the state and BLM and the Forest Service, and really looking for other opportunities with BLM lands and other partners. Not necessary to replicate that, but to understand where those opportunities for successful river stewardship for recreation and restoration exist.
Okay, is Drew online still? All right.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Peternell. I work for Trout Unlimited. You have lots of great, important projects before you this afternoon. I want to thank the staff for all of its hard work, and thank you in particular for your support on the Forest Hill project and this river map project that Chris just described, agenda items 16R and 16S. These are both important projects to us, and your support means a lot. So we appreciate it very much. TU also had a couple of water plan grant applications on the consent agenda this morning, including one involving your new board member from Northwest Colorado, as well as one on the Colorado River in Garfield County. We appreciate your support for those applications as well. And I'll just finish with one editorial comment. I know there's been a lot of talk in that room today about the federal funding freeze, and especially at a time when that federal funding is in question, state support is extremely important. So we thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Drew. Appreciate it.
Okay, last one, agenda item 16T, brought by Rivers Edge West for the Grand Valley River Corridor Initiative Master Planning and Floodplain Restoration Project. This is building on a phase one planning effort in which the CWCB was involved, that developed this core team, river flow and riparian and floodplain restoration studies, fluvial hazard zone study, which is the CWCB supported program, and workshops to establish multi-jurisdictional framework for river corridor planning. It's a big effort putting together stakeholders and You can see before staff recommendation on the data sheet, all the stakeholders that are involved, but some key stakeholders are the local communities that are doing planning for their river corridors. City of Fruta, City of Grand Junction, Mesa County, Town of Palisade, coming together to identify opportunities to protect and maintain healthy, self-sustaining aquatic and riparian ecosystems, to support and provide for quality river and stream recreational opportunities, to engage and collaborate with local agricultural community and increase awareness among the broader community about the importance of agriculture, and also to develop local water conscious land use strategies that support, preserve, and promote local authorities' management of stream health, development, and conservation efforts.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions there? You do a quick back nine, man. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're going to pull out agenda item 16 L. If that's all right, and we'll vote on it separate, and then we'll come back and do the block if that's okay. Okay. We'll do 16L first and then do the block. So do you need?
I'm not sure. Sorry, process question here. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think after chatting a bit briefly with Director Mealy, I will be recusing myself from 16L, given our heavy involvement in the project. But
okay,
thank you.
All right. So he needs to go outside then. Okay. All right. Okay, so gotta make sure he's far enough away. Okay, 16L, accept a motion for staff recommendation of approval on 16L. Thank you, Director Vasquez. Is there a second? Okay, Director Cloud, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I've been trying to figure out this San Luis Valley wool pellet project. And it occurs to me, maybe it was conceived during a late night session of the Rye Resurgence Project. Just wondering.
I don't know that we have to comment like that. Yeah, it was, honestly, they were two separate projects. It just shows the innovation that everybody's trying to do to try to make some kind of water savings and make it work. So they're good standalone projects, Director Felt, good standalone projects. Okay, let's get back here. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna vote on agenda items 16B through K and M through Q. Okay, is everybody clear on that? Okay, so
M through T. Turn your page.
T, thank you, all the way to T. So the last three are not left out in the cold. Okay. All right, so we're good there. Everybody's clear what we're doing? All right, so do you have a motion to accept staff recommendations on those applications? Thank you, Director Felt. Is there a second? Director Haas, thank you. Is there any discussion on any of those? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. So quickly before we recess, just remind everybody the dinner at the Rio Grande Mexican Restaurant on 9th Street. And that's at 5:30, starts at 5:30. So that's what we will be tonight. And then is there anything else, Violet, we need on that? Oh. And then 8:30 tomorrow morning we start. So, right? Yes, start at 8:30. Okay, so